Actually.
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just about my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music!
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I want to start off with a happy 4th of July, or even 4th of July weekend, to the country of America. We did it once again. Yeah, we did it 250 years ago, 1776, January, July 2nd, was the official signing of the Declaration of Independence. When America says, I am not going to live up under this tyranny, no taxation without representation, so forth and so forth. And America says, you know, enough is enough is enough. Those colonies sat back and joined together with other countries such as France that helped them out. And they were able to defeat the British and acquire their independence as a country. In other words, they saw something that was wrong and they did something about it. We as Americans exist today because of this. We did it. Yes, sir. Celebrate this. But this weekend, we also did it with the celebration of 250 years. President Trump, as well as others having their celebrations of 250 years, concerts going on, celebrations, barbecues, and all. And we also did it again. We did it. Most importantly, this is the most important part. We sponsored the World Cup and we fooled everybody. Oh yeah, we did it. We fooled everybody all over social media, people from Europe and parts of Africa, all the people that have come to the United States to support their teams during the World Cup have been going viral with their responses to how they love the American food, the American treatment, the American people, the landscape of America. They've been saying how they've been tricked and hoodwinked in their home country into thinking that America was a racist country. America was a country where wages were unfair. America was a country of high gas prices and expensive food. They, in their home countries, were told that American food was unhealthy. And they were told in their home countries that America has a horrible medical system, although it's one of the most expensive in the world. We did it. We fooled them all. We fooled them all into believing that racism really doesn't exist the way that it does. We fooled them all into thinking that American food is healthier than what they believe or have been taught. We fooled them into thinking that Americans are kumbaya and we are brethren, and hey, there's no mass shootings in this country. And we fooled all these people into coming to America and actually believing on our 250th birthday that what they believed about our countries, as far as us being warmongers, hey, as far as us being divisionists, as far as us being politically divided, as far as police brutality, as far as unnecessary shootings, mass deletions, all of that about America, well, that's not true because I had an American Whopper and now I know America. I had a piece of American barbecue and now I know America. Congratulations, America. For 250 years, you fooled all the other countries, and this weekend is no different. You fooled the world once again. Yes, and and if we've been able to fool the rest of the world, that goes to show you how easy it is to fool Americans into thinking one way about America when statistics show something else about America. Yeah, it's easy to fool people that are visiting and people that are just new to relocating to America and everything's Shangri-La and beautiful about America. But why is it so easy to fool people that are already here and you know the gas prices and you know the scenario that's taking place on a daily basis? And yes, and yet we're still fooled, especially people of color. If anybody said, last person out of America, please turn out the lights, it will be a black person that turned off the lights. The last person that left America, if it ever came to that, God forbid, would not be a white man. The last person to be wise enough to leave America will not be an Asian man or a Latino or Latino. Not a Middle Eastern man, not a Jewish man, not an Italian man. It'll be a black man. It'll be a black woman. It'll be a black child. Because unlike most people for this 250 years, even though during 4th of July, hey, we were still considered property, not even human beings. We had no rights to vote. We had no human rights. And hey, just because most of the people that signed the Declaration to be independent would not allow independence of their slaves doesn't matter. Hey, we're black. Our ancestors were in America. Therefore, we shouldn't leave. Ever. Well, if we don't plan to leave, we're going to talk about tonight a topic. What should Black America, as well as the rest of Americans, do if you don't plan on ever leaving America? What should you do? What steps should you take to protect yourself, your family, your legacy, your lineage? We're going to talk about that tonight. Because yes, this is an episode of America versus America. Yes, sir. Well, before we get started with that, let's get ready for some shout outs. Yes, sir. Happy 4th of July once again, gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. Shout out to my brother, Will. Yes, sir. My dude. Will says this: happy Sunday, Andre and Andrea and chat. He said, please support the channel. Let me pull this up. I'm reading on the wrong end. He said, please support the channel by way of PayPal, Cash App. Speaking of Cash Apps, guys, thank you very much. Just to you guys, man. Just over the last 2 days, no, actually, I would say week. Over the last week, we've been able to raise $200 to go towards food and medicine for those in Venezuela. So that's why I want to give you guys a shout out. Shout out to you guys. Just the day before yesterday, we raised over $150 to go towards medical alone. So shout out. So tomorrow, Andre will be taking that $150, going to the pharmacy, buying a bunch of medical. And she also sent me a video of that at the Marriott here in Cali, Colombia. They are getting so much food and so much medicine. Now they need volunteers to come down just to pack the boxes to send to Venezuela. So now we're thinking about going down there and volunteering at the Marriott just to pack the boxes, because it is just so packed, so many people down there. Thank you guys for what you do. You prove the fact that we don't just go to other countries to receive, but we also go to other countries to give. Shout out once again to all you gentlemen who not only gave financially, but you also gave in prayers to Venezuela. Yes, sir. He said, this is going to be an interesting show. Get your popcorn ready. Yes, sir. I got a cold one ready. I got a couple of cold ones ready, gentlemen. So I'm ready. I got a couple of cold ones ready. Cologne of the night is Parfum de Marley's Layton Grown Man Cologne. Shout out to all you guys that are Parfum de Marley fans. Yes, sir. Very smooth. It's an apple scent cologne. Very famous for its apple scent. Very good. Parfum de Marley's Layton. Let's go up. Numero uno, David Dice in the building. Glad to see you here, Dave. He said, Andre, family chat, salute. Yes, sir. Salute to all you brethren out there. Yes, sir. He said, I can't thank you, Dre, for the Cape Verde video. Yeah, I figure you guys like that. I actually, upon request of my Uncle Jeffrey, actually added Cape Verde to the outro. So tonight we're going to see the Cape Verde outro. Yes, those women are fine. Shout out to my brother Donald being in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Yes, sir. What's up, brother? What up, though, brother? Hope you're having a great day, Donald. Hope you're having a great evening, that is. Mon Spaghetti. What? You here early, brother? I'm glad to see you here. Glad to see you guys here. I had to take a couple of days off, guys. That's why you guys didn't see me yesterday and all day today. I have been doing YouTube for 7 years. And I have not stopped to really, really get some sleep. I literally ended the show Friday. It was a Friday night. And I haven't been out of bed except for 2 hours ago. I literally just stayed in bed, let my body rest. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. I just slept for the first time in 7 years. I just slept. I watched the movie Purple Rain. I did do that. I kind of woke up for about an hour. I said, okay, I watched the Morris Day interview. The Morris Day interview let me say, hey, let me watch Purple Rain. So I watched Purple Rain. Then I said, I wonder what happened to the band. So I watched the recent interview of the band, The Revolution. They're still touring together after Prince died. They all got great stories to tell. And after that, I went back to sleep. So your boy is refreshed after 7 years. Refreshed, that is, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Some of you guys have always been telling me, Dre, you need to get some rest. Dre, you need to slow down. Because you know when these cameras go off, I'm still working. I'm still writing books. I'm still doing homework with Theo, getting my certification. I'm still doing consultations. I'm still doing a lot of things. I'm still hanging out with you guys. I'm still spending time with wifey. So to think that when these cameras go off, Andre just kicked back with the lemonade. Nah, brother. I work for the last 7 years on average, and anybody can tell you that knows me off camera, I work about 12 to 15 hour days every day. I'm like on some Elon Musk type of stuff, but I love it. Andrea, she embraces being married to a workaholic, and I love it. But I know that there's a balance. And so I'm getting to that point where I want to make sure that I balance things out. And I'm surprised that my uncle hears this early as well. Yes, Jeffrey, I have made your outro for the Cape Verde women. Yes, sir, Jeff. You were the motivator for that. What up, though? What up, Detroit?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with us. You know us 313 dudes. You know how we get in public. You know how we get in public. Shout out to my brother Tim Howard in the building, as well as Mr. Darkest, the navigator. Glad to see that you're here, gentlemen. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I get everyone else. Show everyone some love. We got 32 in the building. Make sure you guys click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too. Shout out to Mr. Justin himself. Mr. Delwin. He said, what up? He said, what up, chat? Salute and hit that like button. Yes, sir, on your way in. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And we got LAJ, Jay Fleming in the building. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here, Jay. Glad to see that you're here. And thanks again, once again, guys, for supporting the channel, as well as supporting the fundraiser that we had over the last week, man. That's going to help a lot of Venezuelan people, guys. I kid you not. It really is. Shout out to my brother Will once again. And Mr. Milner himself, Mr. Ahmad Milner. Salute to you, kind sir. Salute to you. He said, what up, though, nephew? Cape Verde in my radar now. Yes, sir. I'm telling y'all, all I got to do is go to Boston. That's where I'll lay hanging out. If it were me, I kid you not, if I was in the States and I wanted to be around Cape Verdean women, I would find out, I would chat GPT all the Cape Verde celebrations. And anytime they having a Cape Verde celebration in Boston, that's where I am. I don't even have to go to the island. Cape Verde is an island that I would go to, but if I just want my first dip my toe into the Cape Verdean women, per se, if you will, I would find out, I would Google events that are going on for the Cape Verdean, and I will be right there without a doubt, bro. Without a doubt. I'll find out what their favorite drink is and all that, favorite recipes, favorite restaurants in that area. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Tech Nanier in the building. Glad to say you're here. The black, in other words, Nanier, if I'm not mistaken, that is black. So a guy that works, a black guy in tech. Yep. Noir. That's what I meant to say. Noir. Tech noir. Tech noir means black. Salute to you, brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to Zeke B in the building. He said, how's it going, fellas? Having a good evening. I'm having a good evening, man. I kid you not. Really good night. He said, I have my cold one. He said, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm about to crack mine open right now. I got my Presidente opener from DR. We went on our trip to DR. So yeah, I'm about to open up this cold one right now. Pour it in here right now. Salute to you guys for the weekend. I know you guys got some beers left over from the holidays. Shout out to Rolling Travelers out there. All you guys, salute, love crossing borders. Good morning, Dre, from the Philippines. All you guys out there in Southeast Asia, salute and good morning to you, gentlemen. Salute and good morning. Definitely waiting to hear this live. This live stream is not anti-American, so don't think that it's anti-American. Whenever I do episodes about the United States, I want you guys to realize we're only trying to encourage you to let you know you have choices. America does not encourage people, especially people of color, but they don't encourage anybody to realize you have choices. Today's episode is dedicated to, even if you don't leave the United States, are there certain choices that exist that you can still take advantage of? Yes, they are. And we're on a global basis. And we're going to talk about some of those today. We're going to talk about some of those today. Yes, sir. This is going to be a good one. Shout out to Tevin King in the building. Greetings to you, brother. Greetings to you. Salutations to the members of the chat. Let me scroll down a little further, make sure I got everybody. We got 33 in the building. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you, gentlemen, such as my brother Nick being here. He said, good evening, Dre, and to the chat brethren. And Corporate ST, and all you guys that are watching from Andrea's channel. Glad to see that you're here. He said, Dre, he said, you know, I moved back to the ATL. He said, I work up the street from the Mercedes Stadium. Oh, wow, you right there. He said, I saw a few of the Cape Verdean women. Bruh. Oh, my God. He said, I was trying to figure out who, what, where'd she come from? Yeah, bruh. Yeah. I said, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They are fine. They are fine. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Will once again. He said, how I learned about it was being in Boston. He said they are a very large population. So, guys, you heard it straight from the man himself. All you guys that have been up to Boston, you know. He said you go to Boston, and they were American. Oh yeah, that's true. Wah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Do realize if you go deal with the ones in Boston, you're gonna have to deal with the ones that are Americanized. That is a good point, my brother. All right. Corporal ST says, then it dawned on me. She had on the Cape Verde jersey. Dre, real talk. She was slightly slim thick, and I love some slim thicks. I ain't gonna lie. He said, thickums. I ain't gonna lie. Small waistlines, and oh my goodness. Yes. He said, thanks for the Cape Verde video. Oh yeah, Andrew got it. Yep. I sent it over to Andrew. Yes, I did. He said, I'll be in and out tonight. He said, Mexico and England. I know, right? I know Brazil got knocked out today by Norway. Norway knocked Brazil out. So Brazil is out of the competition. It's getting tight now. Now they're in the Sweet 16. Now the soccer teams are in the Sweet 16. Brazil is out. Ugh. Crazy. Shout out to I Am Collecting Data in the building. Salute to you as well, brother. Salute to you as well. Let me scroll down a little further, make sure I got everybody. This has got my brother Bean in the building. Hello, Dre. How are you feeling this? I'm feeling like bing after all the sleep that I finally have gotten. He say the third shift truckers listening in, making plans. Shout out to all my trucker brothers. I forgot to give my trucker brothers a shout out. I was waiting for the suds to go down, but I always like to give a shout out to the second shift, third shift truck drivers. Shout out to the second shift, third shift truck drivers. Shout out to all you guys that are engineers that work on the railroad. All you guys that load crate, unload crate in warehouses. All you guys that work in the shipping industry when it comes to when ships come in and you make sure that they get unloaded. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all you third shifters out there with your security, whether you're a truck driver, whether you're a truck driver that is training other truck drivers. Shout out to all you guys, man. Shout out to all you blue collar workers, all you certification guys. We need you plumbers. We need you electricians. We need you HVAC guys. We need you roofers. If it wasn't for you guys, there would not be any red, white, and blue. Because it is not just because of us white collar guys, but it is mainly because of all you blue collar men and women. Happy birthday, United States. And shout out to all you second and third shifters out there. Oh, yeah, that's needed. That is needed. That is needed. Shout out to my man, D. Kirk in the building. Glad to see that you're here, brethren. He said, Cape Verde has been on the map lately. Yes, sir. He said, now it's funny seeing how late people on a team that, how late people have known they exist. That's true. Hey, this is their first World Cup. And what was so cool, man, I can't say this. Messi, who is considered one of the best, if not the best, soccer player of all time, right? He plays for Argentina. Argentina almost lost that game. It was 2-3. But after the game, Messi and the goalie, the 40-year-old goalie that's gone viral for Cape Verde, the one that we looked at the other day, the brother that's gone from 40,000 Instagram subscribers, and in 1 week he has 15 million. I'll say this again. This guy has gone from 40,000 Instagram subscribers as a Cape Verdean goalie, 40 years old. In 1 week, 15 million subscribers. He and Messi was having a meeting, and after the game, he said, bruh, I ain't gonna lie to you. He said, it ain't too many times on the Argentina team we've been really worried. He said, it's two teams that we're worried about in this series. You guys and Colombia are the two teams that we really don't want to face. He said, even though you guys are out of the tournament, for a team that's the first time that you have ever been in the World Cup, you guys held your own. You proved to the world. Now, this is doing a meeting with Messi. This is what the guy was saying. He's repeating what Messi told him when they were talking. Say, you guys are going to be back, and you guys are showing the world that there's a new wave of teams that are to look out for. Don't take Africa for granted. He said that's what Messi told him. And so he gave Messi his flowers like you one of the best that ever did it. Thank you very much. And he said, do you mind giving me your jersey? And Messi said, it will be an honor. And he signed the jersey and he gave it to the Cape Verdean goalie. This is Messi's, the man that's considered one of the best of all time, last World Cup. Every jersey that he has or gives away will end up being easily a collector's item and sold at auction. Easily. So to even get a hold of one of his last World Cup jerseys, game jersey, with the sweat and all and the autograph on it, shout out to Cape Verde, man. They are being respected. And that's what my point is with that story. Those brothers and sisters came in for the first time and showed the world it's all about respecting black folk. Don't get us twisted. Give us a chance. Give us a fair playing field and watch what we can do. And it's the same thing when it comes to America. For 250 years, almost 400 years, if you want to be honest, Black Americans have fought just like the Cape Verdeans fought for an even playing field. We didn't ask for more. We're not asking for more. We're asking for a fair deal. And for 400 years, we have yet to have that fair deal. We're celebrating 4th of July as if they were ours, and they weren't. I'll say this again, black folks. You can celebrate another 250 4th of Julys. Now, one of them were for you. You were still considered property. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men, all mankind are created equal. You weren't considered men, women, or even part of mankind. So go ahead, celebrate the 4th of July every year. Go and put your flags out there. Go ahead, keep talking about your ancestors, what your ancestors did. for America sounds good on paper. But historically, the truth is, you are still just like Cape Verdeans. You're just fighting for an even playing field. You're just fighting for fairness. Why should it take over 400 years of being in a country and we still don't have fairness? Oh, you got freedom. You got finance. But your black ass ain't got fairness. They'll say a lot of things about America, our military might. They'll say a lot of things about America, the opportunities to go from nothing to something. They will never say America is fair. Not even to its own. America would treat a foreigner better than it would treat its own. So happy birthday, black folks. Happy birthday. We can pretend. Come on, let's go ahead and pretend. The 4th of July belongs to us too. Let's do it. We do it every year. We've been doing it for 250 years, lying for 250 years. White people can celebrate it? Yes. Blacks? Native Americans? Asians? Go ahead and lie to yourself, Asians. Oh, you forgot when you were indentured servants too, huh? You forgot about the enshipment of Asian slaves. You forgot about that part, huh? Nobody wants to talk about the indentured servitudes of Asians during the time of the expansion of the West. We don't want to talk about that. You do realize, some of y'all forget the Cartwrights had an Asian slave. You forget about that part, huh? Yeah, we watch Bonanza growing up, and we see the Cartwrights. We see Big Hoss. We forget about they had an Asian slave on the television show. And that was historically correct. But hey, that doesn't matter. We got barbecue now. We got fireworks now. Hey, it's a wonderful life, right? Don't keep that lie alive for another 250 years, America. Could you do me that favor? Could you keep on lying to yourself, Black Americans, Asian Americans, Latin Americans? Could you keep that lie going for another 250 years? Because when they wrote that declaration, they were not declaring nothing for none of y'all. They wanted to declare their freedom from tyranny, from injustice, from unfairness, which I commend America for doing. I love being American. I love my country. I love my people. But I do realize and I acknowledge our history. I'm not going to sit up here and love America because it's only modern, but I'm also going to acknowledge my country's contribution on the global scale throughout history. If it's my job to talk about what Rome did wrong and what Rome did right, if it's my job to talk about what South America did wrong and what South America's done right, if it's my job to talk about what Ethiopia has done wrong and what Ethiopia has done right, then it's also my calling, since I'm an American, to talk about what America has done right and also what America has done wrong on a global scale throughout human history. At least for 250 years. Shout out to Brother T-Mac being in the building. Glad to see that you're here, along with my brother Elham. He said they be cheap for man. They love cheap for Argentina, bro. They love cheap for Argentina. Shout out to my brother Jay being in the building. He said World Cup has been crazy. U.S. versus Mexico, U.S. versus Colombia in the finals would feed families. I think it's gonna be. I really think it's going to be Colombia. I'm going for Colombia and Portugal. I ain't going to lie to you. The only reason I'm not going for the U.S., I kid you not. Y'all want to be honest? The average American citizen don't even watch or care about the World Cup. Y'all don't have, we as Americans do not have soccer passion. Let's be real. We'll watch soccer. We have a passion for when the ladies play. Now, when the ladies play, it's all flags come out. Everybody patriotic when the ladies play. But the men have played so bad for so many years. We ain't watching the World Cup for the men. We ain't never watched the World Cup for the men. I've never watched one World Cup tournament. One World Cup, let's be honest. I have never, maybe you guys have, I have never watched one American male World Cup game. We have been horrific for years. So to sit back and think we gonna just all of a sudden just jump out in front, nah, that ain't gonna happen. No, we ain't got no love for the game like that. We don't. If we make it to the Final Four, I'll be proud. We're in the Sweet 16. We're in the Sweet 16, so that's cool. But if we make it to the Final Four, nah. He said, I like Messi, but I was rooting for Cape Verde, so was I. Shootout to the man. If they would have had a shootout, they would have lost. Argentina would have lost. There was no way and they knew it. They knew that they could not beat that Cape Verdean goalie in a shootout. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. No, I don't think they have. No, Argentina doesn't have any black players on that team. None. Shout out to Jake Anderson, the great in the building. Glad to see that you're here. They say, heck yeah. He say CV earned the respect and honor. He said, I enjoy watching CV go to work on Argentina. Yes, sir, man. They earn their respect without a doubt. There's nothing that anybody can say about CV now. You can't sit back and say, well, Cape Verde is or Cape. They are on the map, and I expect them to be back over and over again. I expect them to be here back over and over again. He said, while everyone else is shooting on fireworks and celebrating the 4th of July, he said, I was watching World Cup Open, a cold one, and relax. Shout out to you guys with the cold ones tonight. Yes, sir. He said, Priest Dre. He said, the Asians helped build this country too. A lot of people don't give Asian Asian enslavement its just due because it wasn't as horrific as ours. I'll say this again. It wasn't as horrific as ours, but it did exist, especially during the time period of the expansion of the West, not necessarily the South. See, we were part of the expansion of the South itself and the expansion of the country itself. But they shipped over Asians to take over the enslavement portion. And when they were doing the Western expansion, yeah, they were enslaving them. How you think we got the railroads? You think it was just John Henry and just black folks building railroads, huh? No, it was a lot of Asian Americans too. A lot of Asian Americans, man. Yes, sir. Corporal says this. He say, Dre, have you noticed that the African and blacks are representing many of the major non-traditional diverse countries? I've noticed that. Somebody did a video on that showed that if you took out the black players off of teams that don't have naturally black citizens, a mass amount of black citizens, it was like some teams would only have 3 players. Some teams of their not I don't mean their whole team. I mean their starting team. Some teams would only have 3 starters if they had to just go with all white. Some teams will have one team will have 1 starter if they had to go with all white. So to have a World Cup and not realize how much the black and brown, I'll even say black and brown, the Latin and black presence is needed to even have a World Cup is crazy. It's crazy. He said, I even noticed Japan had a child of the African diaspora. I didn't know that. Wow. Wow. The things that you learn. Shout out to Charles B in the building. He say, F Mexico. He said, I live in Mexico. Shout out to all you guys in Mexico. Man, Mexico been playing dirty, dog. I don't know what's going on with Mexico, man. Y'all too good for all the stupidity that's been going on with the World Cup. I'm serious about that one. Mexico been acting a fool. Morocco has been acting racist. It's like, come on, man. I can't wait for Morocco to get knocked out. I was mad that they won the other day. Hey, sexy boo. I'm feeling a little better. How's everybody doing? Thank you, baby. You say Japanese goalie, Zion bikini is cold. I'm about to check that out. Thanks for letting me know, brother. I'm about to check that out. I like to see the goalies. He said Japanese starting goalie is black. The brotherhood. Yes, sir. And shout out to my brother EB Breezy, the second in the building. He say salute to Love Crossing Borders. Yes, sir. And to Dre. Let's get ready to get started, gentlemen. And thank you again for supporting the channel, guys. Let's change the music over, in other words. Let's go here. We're going to move this to about right here. And as we were saying earlier, when I first started, America right now, okay, you ever know, like when you at work and the big wigs are coming to either do an inspection or just come to the company, right? You know, you work at a corporate branch, and then all of a sudden the district manager of your department is coming in from out of town. Or you work for a Fortune 500 company, whatever it may be, one of the top dogs, a CEO, a CFO, or COO is coming to your department. And they made the announcement that they're coming in 2 days. What normally happens? Normally, we all are taught to put on a facade, make sure that our department is spick and span as far as, let's be honest, spick and span as far as being clean. Make sure that your desk, if you work at a desk, make sure your desk is up to par. You know that the COO is coming to your department. You all of a sudden sit up straight when you're working. You go the extra mile for a presentation. Now, is that the norm? If that COO or that district manager doesn't come to your warehouse where you're working, is it that clean? That section is normally not that clean, is it? But when the district manager comes, all of a sudden your boss tells you, we got to clean this whole area up because the district manager is coming, right? We've all been through it. But that's not the norm. You do know that's what America has been doing and why Europeans see us this way. Because we treat the Europeans and treat the Africans that have come over and treat the South Americans that have come over as if the way America acts and behaves during the World Cup, this is the norm. We are normally speaking to each other as we walk down the street. We are normally standing on top of bars and playing guitars. We are normally rooting and kumbaya. We're normally watching the World Cup and we're watching soccer. We're doing, but is this the norm? Is this how we normally act if no other country is there to observe us? No. That's not how we normally act. And when the World Cup is over, ICE will come back out. And when the World Cup is over, mass shootings will continue on. And when the World Cup is over, driving while black will continue. And when the World Cup is over, unfair work atmospheres and unfair divorce laws and unfair child support laws will all of a sudden be the norm again. When the World Cup is over, it'll be the Democrats versus the Republicans again. In other words, the facade that we're putting on that all the other countries are just falling in love with America is the exact same way that we as Americans do when our managers or our boss or our supervisors come to town and they are examining our department. We put on this facade of perfection when we know once that manager leaves in a couple of days, everything else will go back to normal. Everything else will go back to normal. Let's get to the video.
The World Cup is showing us yet again, the internet is not real life. My feed is flooded with people from all over the world coming here to the States to watch the World Cup, and they're sharing their complete and utter amazement with our country. The natural beauty, the patriotism, the food, the culture, and damn, are the boys playing good. But many people coming here and sharing their experiences point out how the news and social media often depicted the US negatively. I think this goes to show that our news and our algorithms are incentivized to enrage us so that we scroll more. In real life, we are far more unified than you think. Global events like this are so important because they remind us of this fact. The world loves America. They marvel at its beauty, patriotism, freedom, and opportunity. And so, America, love your country. After all, it is your country. It is our country, and it's ours to make better.
The real America just got introduced to the whole world, and I'm so glad. I could not be happier. For years, I've traveled this amazing country, right? Small towns, local communities, amazing cultures, the food, local diners, people that are willing to invite you to come and tailgate with them before a game. They'll help you if you've broken down on the roads. If you're lost, they'll spend 20 minutes.
They'll help you if you're broken down on the road. If you lost, they will help you find your way. If you're female, yes. If you broke it down on the side of the road, yeah. If you are a teenager, yeah. You know, they can tell that you don't know what you're doing. If you are a black male in the United States, broken down in Kansas, Illinois, Oklahoma, Michigan, Washington, D.C., L.A., Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm telling you, if you Arizona, 5/4 of Texas, New York, Florida, Carolinas, Kansas City, Montana, Denver, the Dakotas. If you are broken down in Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, or the Caribbean islands as a black man or woman, this man don't know what the hell you experience. Go on, be black and let your car break down in Louisiana or Arkansas. Go ahead and let it break down in the middle of GA. Go ahead. Ain't nobody just pulling over to help you, and you can be a black woman. Remember, the first facade or first person that America is putting a facade on is for white women? No. Black men? No. Asian men? No. The first person in the people that have been pushing this viral narrative of America are white men from Europe. You're going to see throughout this episode, yes, America is a wonderful country. But yes, the ones that are promoting it as if America is flawless, you're going to see a couple of brothers from the continent of Africa and a couple of Caribbean brothers. Yes, you're going to see those. But the ones that are going viral, and I mean viral, the ones you see going viral, white men. Second, Asian men. Asian men coming from other countries are going viral when it comes to how America is being showcased to them. Because, you know, us in America, what do we say? The show must go on. Jazz hands. We're the only country with the jazz hands, right? Spirit fingers. Once again, this is not an anti-America channel. I love my country. I love my people. I love our history. But I am a realist when it comes to my country. If I was in America and I was dating a fat chick, I'm a realist. I'm going to let y'all know I date fat chicks. If I was in America and I was dating an ugly girl, I'm a realist. I'm going to tell you, I like ugly girls, right? So don't judge me if I'm going to be a realist about me, but then I'm a realist about our country and y'all get offended by it. I never said anything about our country that you can't look up statistically. And when I say stats, I don't mean private surveys. I mean the Pew Research Center, the IRS, the U.S. Census Bureau, top research organizations that have all of our information, FBI, ATF, DEA. These are all the stat groups, blackdemographics.com. These are all the stat groups that I mention when I'm talking about American stats. So when I'm talking about stats, I'm not talking about a survey of 15,000 Americans. I'm talking about IRS got all our information. Pew Research Center got all our information. The World Health Organization has all our information. The Census Bureau has all our information. And I'm not hating on our people, but I'm being real. I'm American and I love America, but it's areas that we still need to work on. He said the only thing that you should focus on in the U.S. or any country is assets. I'll tell you what the sad part is. It's not even fair in many cases how we acquire assets. Okay. Statistically, as a person of color, why is it 250 years later, you still get an appraisal on your house? We talk about your assets. Your house is $216,000. Here's the kicker. It was appraised at $216,000. You live in a neighborhood where houses go for $370,000. How the hell are black houses still being appraised lower, even though you got assets? Your assets are not valued the exact same way as the assets of other cultures. They got a house in that neighborhood. You got a house in that neighborhood. You have a car in that neighborhood. They have a car in that neighborhood. You have a 401k, Roth IRA. You have your pension and everything. They have the exact same thing. How come their dollar value of their homes and their investments somehow greater than yours? How is it that the game is set up for you to be able to get all, let's say Monopoly, you can buy all the Baltic avenues you want. We're talking assets. You can buy all the Baltic avenues you want. You can buy all the railroads on the Monopoly board you want. But your ass better not get caught trying to buy houses on Boardwalk on that other end with the greenery. Even asset acquirement and value is not the same once they found that it's owned by a black man or a black woman or a Latin man or a Latin woman. So yes, we acquiring assets, but are your assets as valued fairly as the other groups? You sell your business is appraised at $2 million. You're like, hey, oh, that's not bad. You know, your liquor store is appraised at $2 million. You sell it for $2 million, right? That same liquor store was purchased and sold by you for $2 million. They resold that same business. They didn't do anything different to your liquor store. $7.8 million because of the location of your liquor store. But your liquor store got appraised for $2 million. But if it was an Arabic or white or Asian that owned that same liquor store, it would have been appraised for at least $5.5 million. So yes, black people have assets in the United States. Yes, we do. But don't you dare think your assets are valued the exact same way the assets of others are valued. And I'll end it with this. How many times have we seen black people have to get their house reappraised by taking down all the black photos, taking down all the black, anything that looked black in the house, the dashikis or anything that comes across that's African, you got to take it out the house. And in many cases, have a white male or a white couple represent you doing this is very common, represent you for the appraisal process. I knew several stories of black men and women hiring their own employees. I'm going to say this one again. Hiring their own employees, their white employees, to stand as if they were the owners of the house just to get a better appraisal on their own house. Even though those two white people, that male and that female, were actually employees of the black-owned business. And that I've heard that story a few times. So yeah, Black Americans, brag about your assets. I'm proud that we got assets. But are our assets valued the exact same way with an even playing field as others? No. That's why I say you'll find a lot of great things of America in America, but America has never been known for its fairness. It's never been known for that. You say go for 650 mil. This go from 650 to $1 million. Yep, absolutely correct. Will says this. He say facts, Dre. He say my house was appraised for 450 in 2024 because I was there. He say before I came back to Colombia, I had it reappraised. It was 785. 785. 785. But while he was there, as long as his blackness was there, yeah, we don't give you 480. That's the best you're gonna get. He said, I removed all my black photos, house in my neighborhood. And this is a very common practice in America. So we're going to listen to these narratives. He said, dude said it was because there were rooms in the basement not finished. But you knew what it was all about. Shout out to you, Will. I'm glad that you got a better appraisal. But let's continue to listen to white European men bragging about the good old USA.
Helping you. This is the real America. There are different versions of America that we get portrayed as people from different countries all over the world. But look what happens. The real people of America are just lovely. They're great. They're inviting. If you want to dance in the street in Boston, they'll dance with you.
What am I saying? I'm saying that America is the only real country in the world. The rest of the world is not real. It's the big clown show that we just need, because if you cannot just make one big America, right?
This is one of the coolest experiences that I've ever experienced. And not just because I'm doing this, because I'm doing this in the United States of America. I've been to over 40 something countries, but I've never truly experienced America in the way that shows the beauty, that shows the nature, that just shows who United States of America truly is. So today, I just want to say I'm so grateful, not because of anything, but because I get to experience this. I get to do this when I want, how I want, and whenever I want. I'm just saying, thank you. Thank you, God, because that's beauty.
I'm in awe of the United States of America.
I'm in America. When they say everything in America is big, I understand it. Why the hell is this quesadilla the size of my head? And I've got 3 of them.
Americans, you are so lucky.
Whoa. And you take your fingers and you lift that up and you eat it. Okay. Not with a fork.
Nothing comes close to the USA.
Chick-fil-A for the first time as a family.
Chick-fil-A.
The one thing that they don't want to tell foreigners is this, that our foods are processed for addiction. Our burgers have ingredients within them, so you'll come back again and again and again and get that burger. They don't tell them that. So when they're eating our American burgers, it's just like a dope fiend having his first hit of crack. It's literally like a dope fiend having his first, like a baby first time tasting a lollipop or ice cream, anything that has a strong amount of sugar, right? That baby hasn't ever tasted sugar. And that there are viral videos of parents recording when a baby first has a sugar rush. And them babies be like little crackheads. They don't tell them that, yes, you're going to eat those ribs now, but yeah, what's inside of those ribs are going to impact you for the next couple of years. And you'll be back for more of those ribs, and again and again and again. And you'll be back for more of those burgers again and again and again. And it's going to impact your health. And it doesn't matter. You know why, foreigners? You don't know that the job of America is to give you unhealthy foods, get you addicted to those unhealthy foods, have those unhealthy foods impact your health, put you on medications, and get you addicted to the medications. That's America. They don't tell you that. But then, hey, foreigners, they didn't tell you this. They didn't just tell you how expensive the unhealthy foods were, how addictive the unhealthy foods were, and then the unhealthy foods that destroyed your health. Now you're addicted to the medication that they gave you. But hey, you couldn't afford the food. Guess what you can't afford either? The medications. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. White European men, you doing all these videos going viral, looks great. Now go to an American hospital. Now talk to Americans in nursing homes. Now go visit Americans in hospices that are young and that ate the food that you're eating, that you're bragging about. Like I said, America, hats off to us. We cleaned our image up and we cleaned it up good. We've got the whole world fooled into thinking that this is the true America. Not those that are in hospices. That's not the real America. Not those that are in nursing homes at a young age. That's not the real America. Not the fact that we have 70% overweight male and women. That is not the real America. The real America is this flavorful food. The landscape. It's easy to visit America is a beautiful country. I'll say this again. I've been all over America and I'm telling you, it is breathtaking. Breathtaking. That is true. If you've never been to the Grand Canyon, bruh, you gotta go. If you've never been to LA, you gotta go. If you've never been to the Bay Area, Oakland and San Francisco, you gotta go. You gotta go check out New York, bruh. Come on, you got to get Miami in your life one time. You got to go to the A. You got to hit New Orleans. Come on up north to Chicago and Detroit. We got your back, baby. We got your back. You got to hit Dakotas. Come on now. Or at least hit Denver, Colorado. You got to see those snow-capped mountains. America's a beautiful, beautiful country. Here's the part these Europeans aren't telling you. Most Americans can't even afford to travel in our own country. The Europeans aren't telling you how expensive the flights are for the average American to get to Denver, to get to New York, to get to Miami or Orlando or Tampa, to get to New Orleans, to get to Atlanta. It is expensive as heck for me to fly from Tampa to Atlanta. That's only a 6-hour drive. It's only about an hour flight, hour and a half flight. Dude, and I'm gonna pay some paper for it. See, you Europeans, y'all used to, I can fly from France to UK, $75 round trip. I know. I could take a train from Switzerland to Germany for $50. I know. I personally, we experienced it. I got you. But they are not telling you the reason why most Americans don't even travel in America. You can't afford it. So while they're trying to sell you this narrative about, yes, vacation. Me and another brother were looking this up the other day, Brian. Did you know this? Did you know this? In 2024 to 2025, Americans gave away 760 million vacation hours. 760 not 760,000. We gave away between 2024 and 2025, just that year, 760 million vacation hours, paid vacation hours that we didn't take, that we felt we could not afford to leave our jobs, that we were coerced into, if you leave, you fired. Go and take your vacation time in December. You want to, you fired by the time you get back, Craig. 751 year. We looked up 2013, 423 million paid vacation days Americans left on the table in 1 year, 2023. One year. And then the next year we gave away 700 plus. Bruh. While these Europeans trying to sell y'all on how beautiful America is, let's be real. Most Americans can't go to Yosemite. Most Americans can't afford to go to Washington State and see the beautiful, gigantic oak trees and giant trees. Most Americans can't afford that. Most Americans can't afford to go to Vegas. Most Americans can't afford to enjoy the prairie and the plains of Texas or Oklahoma or Wyoming and see the beauty there. Most Americans ain't never seen a waterfall a day in their life. Most New Yorkers ain't even been to Niagara Falls. You got more Canadians that have been to Niagara Falls than New Yorkers. New Yorkers ain't got no time to be going to no damn Statue of Liberty. They are not, most New Yorkers are not going to the top of that damn Eiffel Tower. You know why I know? Because most of us in Florida, we ain't going to see that damn mouse. Most Floridians are not going to pay to go see Mickey Mouse. They say, well, you can have it in Florida. Anybody from Florida can tell you this. They offer us so much free stuff. Okay, if you're from Florida and you have your driver's license, this weekend we are doing free dining for the Mickey Mouse or for Universal Studios. If you're from the state of Florida and you have your driver's license, this weekend we're doing free parking. Hey, if you're from the state of Florida, we're doing a combination. You'll be able to go to SeaWorld and go to Universal Studios for the price of one. They always throwing some type of deal in our face. And people in Florida like, hell no. No, I can't afford it. In our own state, ask anybody from Florida and they will come on, as a Florida resident, do they not always throw that in our face? They be trying to get us to do what they want the tourists to do. In other words, Americans can't even afford to go to these places that these foreigners are talking about that's so beautiful and so great. We believe that they are. We want to see them someday. But shoot, we can't even afford vacation days to be able to go see these places. He said, yep. He said, we had the Florida pass to get to Disney. Absolutely correct. People think we be playing, man. Florida people don't be going to that. Florida people don't give a dang about that Mickey Mouse. We don't care about the Epcot Center. We don't care about Universal Studio. We don't care about no downtown Florida. Man, a lot of people don't realize this. Shout out to all you Orlando guys. Disney World, Epcot Center, Universal Studios, SeaWorld are not the only theme parks on the Strip. Anybody from Orlando will tell you that whole strip down I-4 is nothing but about good 20, 25, 30 theme parks. You got 10 miles of theme parks. You got the Bible Land. The first one you're going to see is Bible Land. As soon as you come into Orlando, am I lying? All you Orlando dudes already know. The first one you're going to see on your right, coming from Tampa, is Bible Land. Now, come to think of it, if you go into Kissimmee, it's right, you're going to see Disney first, because Kissimmee is Disney area. And that is about 10 minutes from Orlando. So you're going to see Kissimmee area or Kissimmee. Depends on how you want to pronounce it, Kissimmee or Kissimmee, because it looks like kiss. So Kissimmee or Kissimmee. So you're going to see that first. But then 10 minutes later, the first theme park you're going to see is Bible Land. It's a giant theme park. Then they got Dinosaur theme park. And then they got the giant volcano water slide. It's a gigantic ball. It's the biggest, tallest theme park in Orlando. As soon as you get to Orlando, you're going to see just like Vegas Strip. Like Vegas has casino strips. We've got theme park strips. So theme parks that you have never heard of. 15, 20, 30 of them just straight down I-4. Just theme parks on your left and on your right. And Floridians, we don't go to none of them. We don't go to none of them, bruh. And the theme parks make money. Don't get me wrong. They make money. But they make money off of foreigners coming into the United States, not us Florida dudes. I kid you not. Not us Florida folks. Yep. Absolutely. At the International Drive. Yep. Yep. Absolutely, man. Just straight down. Straight down. Nothing but theme parks, man. He said, yeah, $30 parking at the amusement park. That's right, Chalupe. Tell them, bruh. And they think they're going to lure us in with free parking. Hey, if you are a Florida resident, come to Disney World. It's free parking for you. Man, you keep that free parking, bruh. It's going to cost me $30 for a bottle of water. What you talking about? So like I said, man, a lot of times you're going to see these foreigners talk about how great America is. And it is great. It's just that most of us can't afford to go visit these places.
This is so good. Dang. Women walking alone with fancy handbags, jewelry on, glasses on. They're not being harassed, nothing. If they were South Africa, gosh, first of all, I wouldn't be able to walk through this blimmin' park by myself.
Everything just big, ginormous, extra large.
Oh my God.
Give it again. I'm talking about that chicken is delicious.
You know why white people lose their mind? You know, come on, black folks. Black folks. I'm talking to y'all. My white brothers and sisters watching. Y'all sit back for a second. Black folks. Put in the comment section why these white people losing their mind over American food, especially in the South. Why are they losing their minds? Why you got white people losing their minds over American foods? Say that again, Andrew. Absolutely correct. You guys caught it. Seasoning. White people don't know seasoning in the States, and white people don't know how to really season outside the States. They don't know nothing about no damn seasoning. They don't know nothing about no Lawry's. They don't know nothing about no garlic powder. They don't know nothing about no lemon pepper. You know, black people put lemon pepper on everything. They don't know nothing about no paprika. They don't know nothing about that. Seasoning. They discovering seasoning for the first time. Europeans coming to America like, what in the hell is this? It's called seasoning. It's something that black people have been trying to teach white people for years, and they still haven't caught on. And we're talking white Europeans. We're even talking about our own white people in the United States. If you want to see some white people that most white people do not know how to cook because they don't know nothing about seasoning. They think mayonnaise is a season. They think mayonnaise is an actual season. Just put mayonnaise on it. They will make a mayonnaise pie, okay? So white Europeans, us black folks are here to tell you, the only reason that food tastes the way that it does because of stolen recipes from black people. Seasonings. I knew you guys were going to get it. I knew you guys were going to get it. They don't know nothing about no, thank you, ranch dressing. They don't know nothing about that. They sitting up there enjoying some Baby Ray barbecue sauce for the first time in their life. What is this? It's just Baby Ray barbecue sauce. It's not the grocery store. He said these foreigners need to come to Texas for some real barbecue. Right. Shout out to Texas for their barbecue. He said no barbecue sauce, just steamed meat, smooth off the bone. That's another thing. Texas pride themselves off the barbecue coming off the bones. If it's still on the bone, Texas look like that ain't no real barbecue. In Texas, you grab the bone and the meat's supposed to fall off. Yes, sir. They not even getting the real experience. Shout out to Louisiana with the real recipes. Yes, sir. He said black man made ranch. Yes, he did. Absolutely correct. Just like black man made potato chips. Yes, sir. He said, corporate says this. He said, my grandmother would say always. He said, black people putting seasons on everything, including their music. Come on now. Shout out to grandma. He said, black people were in the back cooking. Bruh, ask T-Mac. Ask Will. The best restaurants with the best foods in Colombia ain't nothing but Afro-Colombians in the back cooking. Same thing in DR. Ain't nothing but Black Dominicans and Haitians in the back cooking. And I'm talking about the best restaurants that I've been to in Colombia, the so-called 5-star. Ain't nothing but brothers and sisters in the back of every one of them. I can't think of one where it wasn't a brother and sister in the back cooking with seasoning. To say, right, Drake? I kid you not, man. You be thinking like I'm in this fancy 5-star restaurant. It's elegant. Look at the atmosphere. And you kind of see one of them doors open up, you know, as the waiter going in and out. You like, is them some brothers and sisters? You be like, man, I'm just some regular everyday brothers and sisters back there cooking. I might as well go to the Black restaurant. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said Black man invented peanut butter. And we all know who he is. Absolutely correct. Shout out to George Washington Carver, showing them some love. Paula Dean stole recipes. Yeah, oh hell yeah. The recipe for Kentucky Fried Chicken was stolen from a sister. Colonel Sanders stole that recipe. So yeah, all this losing their mind and becoming addicted to American food, they are tasting seasoning for the first time.
Better than KFC.
Oh,
I'm saying so.
I'm saying it's better than KFC. It's good. It's good.
They have Bible verses on the bottom of their cup. Never.
I just feel like you're so lucky to live here.
Everything in the US simply beats anything I've ever experienced anywhere in the world.
God bless America. This place is freaking awesome. You can't make this up. This is too wonderful. All glory goes to God for preserving this.
Now, mind you, do realize a lot of these people, like my man here, he comes from South Africa, a developing country. I get it, dude. I get why he's dancing in the street. If I was coming from South Africa, if I was coming from Chile, Peru, even Colombia to a certain extent, yeah, I'd be dancing in the streets too. I ain't gonna lie to you. Certain parts of Europe, yes, sir, I'd be dancing in the streets. If you coming from, it doesn't matter how developed the country is, but if you coming from a small town in that European country, I can understand you coming from a small town in Europe and all of a sudden the first major vacation you take is to the United States. Yeah, I can see you being blown away. I can see that. You say in the South, we pride ourselves on cooking. Since some of our ancestors migrated to Texas around the same cooking is culture down here. Absolutely correct. Now that's one thing you got to give the South love for. Can't nobody cook like the South. Us Northerners are the descendants of the South for the most part, and we still can't cook like the South. Us Northerners are the descendants of the South for the most part, as far as Black people migrating from the South, and we still can't do it like the South. Even though we got our grandmama recipe and we got our granddaddy's barbecue skills, we still can't do it like the South. I'm gonna tell y'all, hey, I've been in many barbecuing in Florida. You can go to barbecue competitions where they'll have a major headline. I didn't even know that these existed. They may do it all across the South. I believe they do. And they will have a major headliner concert performer. Like I've seen Musiq Soulchild and T-Pain in concert at a barbecue competition. This is after these dudes blew up and they worth millions. This ain't like when they first started their careers. I'm talking about these dudes have major hits and you've got 15,000 people for a week at a barbecue competition. And you got some of the barbecue. I'm talking about if these people had their ribbons up there, like I've been number one for the last 3 years, or I won this ribbon in this part of the country and that. I'm telling y'all, I don't even eat meat. I was eating the barbecue seafood. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. If you are a meat eater, bruh, you gotta go to some barbecue competitions in the South. You gotta get to some barbecue competitions in the South. You talking about they bruh, and I'm talking about those barbecue competitions, man, it'll be like 15, 20 different booths. And I'm talking about these are the best of the best of the best barbecue cooks. Yes, sir. And they be proud about their barbecue. So when I say the South know what they doing, I gotta give them, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Pig Jig. Yes, sir. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all get to you some barbecue competitions, bruh. You will have barbecue recipes that you have never had before. I think going to barbecue competitions was the only time that I missed eating meat. I'm like, man, boy, I could destroy some barbecue oxtails right about now. And I'm looking at them making them oxtails. And I'm like, man. And the oxtail meat just falling off the bone. Yes, sir. That barbecue ain't no joke. I can burn. A lot of people used to always wonder, how can you burn so well on the grill, but you don't eat meat? I enjoy the cooking part. I've never, when it came to barbecue, it's been years since I've tasted my own ribs. But my ribs fall off the boy. I grab the ribs, baby, and I feel up the bones coming out before it even come on. I'm like, I'm just starting. So I love grilling. I love grilling, man. That's one thing. We were driving past some barbecue grills yesterday. I was like, wow. Yeah, when we buy a house, one of the first things we getting is a grill. Is a grill. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can't have a house without a grill. He said, I've been waiting to go to Memphis in May for years. Oh, shout out to Memphis, Tennessee. Yes, sir. Let's continue on. Let me stop interrupting. Let me let it roll.
Wonderful country.
The media portrays Americans as rude, lazy, all the above, and it's further from the truth. The amount of hospitality and kindness and care and pride Americans hold is truly like no other country I've been to.
For real, best content on social media right now has to be Europeans discovering how great America is.
Driving a ramp truck in America. Like, look how sick this is! Country music on the radio.
Europeans are impressed by American neighborhoods and how kind, how nice Americans are.
These neighborhoods look exactly the same as every movie.
Is that a regular American neighborhood? Or is that a neighborhood that you need to be able to afford to live in?
You know what I'm saying? The American flags.
Is that a regular? That's a yes or no question I asked you, gentlemen. Is that a regular, everyday American neighborhood in New York? Is that a regular American neighborhood in Detroit? Is that a regular neighbor in Cleveland? Little Rock, shout out to Arkansas. Tampa. Is that a regular everyday? I'll go this way. Is that a regular neighborhood for those that live in Miami? Oh, that's a neighborhood that you need to be able to afford to live in. See, when I see white males from other countries bragging about American neighborhoods, could you do us all a favor? Could you just go to a regular neighborhood in Chicago? You ain't got to go to a bad area in Chicago. It's the regular neighborhood in Chicago, regular neighborhood in Cleveland, regular neighborhood in Cincy. Shout out to Cincinnati, regular everyday Indianapolis neighborhood. All y'all, I want to see some footage of Europeans in a regular everyday Atlanta neighborhood. Don't give me this footage of parks that are not in regular neighborhoods. Don't give me this footage of houses in driveways that are not regular American neighborhoods. That is not regular American neighborhood in LA. That's what I'm saying. For white, here's the part. For white males from Europe, yes, they have been sold that America. The rest of the world knows that's not America. That is not where the average American lives. If the average American home to purchase is $412,000, that is not where the average American lives. Okay, I see what y'all want. I see we got one super chat. Okay, cool. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show y'all American women. That's what we're gonna do. Let me show America some love. Let me show the beauty of the American woman. She cannot be beat. She cannot be beat.
Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero.
I can give y'all the American girl all night long. I can give y'all Cape Verde.
You say it's special, one of a kind, one of the better boys. I'm on your level, that's what you say, but all I hear is noise. I don't have time for trying my luck. I've been too hurt before. You're not that special. Just give it up. I think I've had enough.
I know once I got that call from T-Mac, I know exactly what you're talking about, T-Mac. I know. Thank you, brother. As soon as I saw your call coming through, I was like, I must be on mute. Okay. As I was saying, and then I got a call from Kofa to let me know I was on mute too. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for letting me know. As I was saying, we can do Cape Verde all night, or we can do the American woman all night. I got your back. I got your back. Thank you for the support, gentlemen. Y'all already know. I'm like Kevin Samuels. I will stop. I kid you not. I've learned from Kevin. This is a business. Treat it as such. He said, dear God, not again, Dre. Not again. We're going to do the Cape Verdeans tonight for the outro. Yes, sir. Let's go.
People have got race flags up. This old couple just walked past me and they go, good morning. I was like, what the hell? You guys talk to each other here?
They are impressed by how big gas stations are.
Only America can make a gas station an attraction that everybody wants to come and see.
They had no idea how breathtaking the natural beauty is.
There really is. Like no other. I honestly think unless you live in America or unless you visit here, you can't really comprehend how nice these areas are.
The stadiums. European stadiums do not get even close. Probably for the first time, they're not listening to media outlets telling them America is a country in decline, filled with hateful, racist people. No, they are witnessing in real life how friendly, kind Americans are, how prosperous, rich this nation is, why this is the greatest country in the world. Reality beats narrative every single time.
I can totally understand why Americans never leave America to go on vacation when you got stuff like this on your doorstep. Like, why would you leave? It's beautiful. We're in La Jolla. I think I've got that right.
I don't know what La Jolla is, but La Jolla. But if these people knew that in their countries they get vacation, like 1 month of vacation time, 6 weeks of vacation time, paid vacation time. If a woman has a child, there's vacation time. Some countries have in Europe have a combination of vacation time for the father and the mother. If they knew, when they talk about, I don't see why Americans I see why Americans don't go to other countries. We don't even go to our own country, guys. Foreigners. We can't afford to go, and we are threatened if we okay. How many of y'all ever felt I know I have several times in my life, threatened if you go on vacation during a certain time of the year that you might lose your job by the time you get back? Put a 1 in the comment. If you ever felt that uncomfortableness of, if I take my vacation time, when I want to take my vacation time, I might not have this job when I get back. They give us vacation time and threaten us to feel uncomfortable if we take it. We're scared to take vacation time in December unless we put that vacation time in September. Don't you dare put in vacation time in November for Thanksgiving and you want to take that whole week off. They will tell you you can do it, but you know you better not. That's America. That's why we leave that's why in 2024 to 25, we left 760 million vacation hours on the table, because they don't allow us to take them. Because 9 times out of 10, you're going to get threatened with your job, or if they don't fire you then when you come back, they're going to be petty. In other words, for the next 3-6 months, you're going to get a write-up for this and a write-up for that. And they looking at you kind of funny because you didn't finish this project, or you didn't finish that project, or you didn't load this fast enough, or you didn't load. All of a sudden, everything gets petty after you came back from your vacation time. You've been working there for 7 years. It ain't never been petty. But the one time that you just put your foot down and say, I am taking vacation time this December. I'm going to go see my mother. I haven't seen her in 3 years worth of vacations. I'm going to spend Valentine's. I'm about to spend Christmas with my mama and my brother, my sister, and my dad. And the company will tell you, cool, in America. And for the next 6 months, everything is a write-up. You ain't never seen HR. You know who the HR lady was. Every time you turn around, now you down in HR. Now you're getting a warning for this and a warning for that. Now all of a sudden you discover you live in a what's called a right to fire state. Some of you guys don't even know that if your state is a right to fire state. That's America. Meaning that they can fire you, Florida. We know we live in a right to fire state. They can fire you with no excuse. Florida is a right to fire state. They can fire you with no excuse. Your boss just woke up on, he ain't getting no coochie that day. He come in and he just like, you know what? You gotta go. Florida is a right to fire state. A lot of you guys have never even heard of that. If you think I'm lying, look it up. Look up what states in the United States are right to fire states. My brother said, yes, it is. Shout out to Mr. Richardson being in the building. Yes, it is. T-Mac says this. He said, La Jolla is a rich coastal community in San Diego. I didn't know that. I did not know. Thank you very much for letting us know that, T-Mac. Thank you for letting us know that. Donald says this. Shout out to Donald being in the building. He said, Andre, it costs a minimum of $1,000 to $1,100 a month to stay in my old hood. He said in my old hood. Now on the west side of Birmingham. Shout out to Alabama in the building. Birmingham, Alabama. Gentrification is real. Absolutely. Man, we don't even think about that. I'm the first to apologize, Alabama. We do not think about you guys when it comes to gentrification. Alabama, I'm gonna just be honest. We ain't thought. Hey, y'all marketing team is not the best marketing team. That Alabama brand, when people think about Alabama, we love you. But when people think about Alabama, they're thinking about old wooden houses, tin roofs. They're thinking about the civil rights movement. We think Alabama still look like 1962, even though it may not. But y'all marketing team is horrible. Alabama, let's say this again. Your marketing team is horrible. So we really don't think about Alabama being gentrified. So we owe you an apology. We didn't know. We did. I kid you not. All I think about when I think about Alabama, I think about gospel music, old spirituals. I think about people eating corn straight from the cob type of thing. I think, I think of chitlins when I think about Alabama. They cooking chitlins, not just barbecue. They barbecuing chitlins. My bad, Alabama, my bad. I'm learning tonight. He said, Alabama is home. He said, but it still shows as slow as molasses. Okay. All right. Yeah. He said, I live here in North Carolina. He said, it is right. It's a right to fire state. Thank you, gentlemen. Because a lot of guys don't know that they live or that right to fire states exist. They've never heard of this term. And foreigners have never heard of this term. Why am I bringing up right to fire? If you live in a right to fire state, that means they get to kind of like subconsciously or pseudo threaten you with your vacation time. That's why foreigners, most of us Americans, don't get to see America because we are threatened. If you dare take that vacation time, you know what's going to happen to you. You know what's going. Go ahead, take that vacation time you want to. A lot of us didn't take our vacation time because we didn't want to get fired. He say facts. He say Georgia and LA are right to fire. I didn't know. I did not. I mean, I say LA, but Alabama are right to fire states. I did not know. Shout out to Roll Tide. Yes, sir. He said, I didn't want to start a bad habit at work. He said, so I rarely worked more than 45 hours. I wish I'd have thought about that many a times a week. Okay, what's the score so far?
2 goals in 2 minutes. Minute 36, minute 38. You barely get 2 goals.
Mexico losing?
He's losing 2 goals
No.
in just 2 minutes.
Dang, okay, who they playing again?
Jude Bellingham. Bellingham in minute 36 and minute 38.
Mexico is losing. They can get down already. 2 goals in less than 2 minutes?
Oh, you are Ecuadorian. So I was like, what? I know that my team Colombia I'm not Ecuadorian.
Shout out to Mexico getting destroyed by England. Goodness gracious. Now, I knew England was good, so I wasn't expecting them to do bad. But 2 goals in less than 2 minutes? Ugh, that's bad. Guy Incognito in the building. He says this. He said, Andre ruined my money world software. I didn't do that. All I show on Money World is American Woman. Now, I could make a you know what? I'm going to go ahead for you guys make an American Woman montage of Money World. Is that what y'all want? I can show you American Women montage. I'll give y'all all the weaves, all the big girls, all the big eyelashes, all the baby hair you want. Because that's America. You will have all the baby hairs you want, all the big backs. I give you all the big backs you want. Money World, it'd be nothing but big backs. But that's American women. Statistically. Come on now, Money World. Y'all like, no, don't do it, Dre. He said Alabama, Mississippi, very southern. Yes, sir. He said Mexico has imploded. I know. That's crazy. One of the best teams in the world. He said, no, Dre, I'm good. He said, my wife is not in Alabama. All right. Shout out to you and wifey. Let's go back to the video. Shout out to you and wifey.
And what a beautiful place. We're going down past Seal Rock, and it's one of the most beautiful places I've seen. And I mean, I've been fortunate enough with my family.
And T-Mac said that this area, if I'm not mistaken, T-Mac, you said that this area is in San Diego where he is. Most Americans can't afford or even thought about going to San Diego. He said, Dre, you know Mexico has a Colombian player there. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. On their national team, he's a forward winger. Yep, absolutely correct. He is actually born here in Colombia, but Colombia never gave him a chance to be a player. And by the time they came around and offered him a good contract, he said, keep your money. I'm staying with Mexico. Because Mexico was the only team that believed in me. And that's why he plays for Mexico. He said, Mexico was the only team that believed in me as a player. My own country didn't. He said, so by the time Colombia discovered me and they wanted to offer me the big contract, he said, keep it. I'm staying here with Mexico. Yep, I just read his story a couple of days ago. Let's go back to the video.
To go along to all of these places. And we're fortunate enough that the weather turned around, because yesterday had a storm. It was a rainstorm and it was scary as hell driving in it. But the sun is out today and it's incredible. We've got palm trees everywhere, beautiful sea. I get it. I get why you don't come to the UK. There's no need. It's just incredible. I mean, look. Unbelievable.
I am loving that the World Cup has brought to our shores all these people who are doing Americans the service of reminding us, just when we needed it on our big 250 birthday, that actually this place is kind of awesome. Social media flooded with videos of slack-jawed soccer tourists wandering around America, positively gushing about everything we take for granted, reminding us what America looks like from the outside. Just regular people looking around and saying, wow, these people live like rock stars. Look at this Japanese guy trying Texas barbecue.
Wow. Amazing! Hey, that's a short. I love it!
I had to use this comment. Let's talk about it. Somebody said, while living in the country, people hate our country but refuse to leave. Refuse is crazy. More like, I can't wait to leave, okay? Because when you grow up, especially being Black in America, you just experience life differently. And I don't care what anybody says. I'm not using this as a, crutch, but I'm just saying it's a truly different experience than it is if you are anything else, literally. Like any other culture, it's different. And I think it's interesting that people move to America wanting to give their families a better life, live the American dream, the whole type of thing. But one of my desires is actually to do the same thing, except just not in America. Like, I would love to migrate to another country and, become accustomed to their way of life and just create a better life for myself than I have here, because I do feel like there are better options for people who are Black rather than America. So yeah, like, your girl trying to go. Don't get it twisted, okay? Nobody's refusing. Let's start there. I just had to say that. Like,
would you ever move to America?
No, never. No.
No interest in moving there. It's a complete hole.
No, because I am transgender.
You'd step over there and you already lose like 10 of the rights that you have here.
It's a disgusting place. They've got no NHS whatsoever. It's an absolute dump.
They just think they're the best. They're like, oh my god, we have freedom, but most other countries have freedom.
I don't like the culture, whether it's tipping, guns, the thoughts on abortion.
If you're dying or having a baby, why you got to pay for it?
There's nothing about America that I think I would prefer over here.
You don't have like free speech at all there.
I wouldn't last a minute over there, I don't think. It's definitely stricter over there than it is over here. 1000%. If I was to go anywhere in America, it'd be like maybe like Canada.
Would you ever move to the US?
No. No.
No, I'd stay right here.
Not really, never.
I don't think so. I'm from the US, so would I ever move back? Maybe if they get a new president. I wouldn't even go on holidays to the US.
Would you ever move to the US?
Yes.
Do you still believe in the American dream?
Yeah, of course.
Frankly, I would never move to the US.
So you don't believe in the American dream anymore?
I think they lost that dream a long time ago.
No, I came here from San Francisco.
Would you ever move to the US?
No, not right now. Definitely not. Like, without a doubt, no.
Oh, so good. And where are you from?
I'm from Belgium.
Absolutely not. It's not a place that I dream of not even visit, to be honest.
Would you ever consider living in America based on the safety level?
Definitely not now. Especially because we're like white and stuff. I think it's not as severe, like we're not the ones facing the danger.
I prefer to stay in the UK.
I'd consider living in America for sure.
I would love to live in America. When I went there, I said I'd love to live there.
The fact that like every week there's a new shooting, not even school shootings, like there's the mall shooting. I would like to move there, but it definitely like pushes me away from it.
I think it would have to be very specific, sort of like dream job, maybe not.
We just had a mall shooting in Michigan, if I'm not mistaken, Fair Lane Mall, if I'm not mistaken. And this last week, 3 people got shot and killed over this last week. Mass shooting in the mall in Michigan, right outside Detroit.
For a long time. On the whole, definitely, I'd say leaning towards no, especially because places like London are much better, in my opinion.
Now I'm sort of cooling off wanting to live there, but if I did move to America, it would be somewhere more like New York, where, there's not like open carry and stuff like that. I would never really consider moving to any of these really pro-gun states.
California or New York or none of the like conservative southern states.
Black people, you shouldn't be afraid and embarrassed of the American flag. I know for a lot of us, we see that flag, we see it, on the back of a truck, we see it outside of someone's house, we automatically get this feeling of they're not going to like us and we don't belong. But I want you to look at it this way. Especially if you are Black American, your ancestors paid a price for you to live how you are living today.
Okay. Your ancestors, because y'all always like to throw the ancestors up in people's face to make a person feel guilty to stay. The fact that y'all got to use the ancestors to make people feel guilty to stay in America is crazy. Y'all love throwing the ancestors up in somebody's face. My grandmama's grandmama was here. Okay, cool. Got you. She said the ancestors paid the price so you can live the way that you live today, right? Let's see if our ancestors got an ROI, a return on investment, a return on their blood, sweat, tears, efforts, inventions, creations, writings, teachings. Let's see if they got an ROI. Our music is as ratchet and destructive as it's ever been. We thought hip hop was bad during the 2 Live Crew era, in the NWA era. No, our music, think about it. If you listen to an Eazy-E song now and you listen to the average rap song on the radio, they make Eazy-E sound tame, don't they? You listen to a Trina Miami song and you listen to some of these Miami tunes that's coming out now, they make Trina sound like she was a third grade teacher. Now we're talking about our ancestors' return on investment, ROI. They sacrificed all this stuff, civil rights movement, being attacked by dogs and water hoses. Are they getting a return on their investment? We are the least ones that's going to college, least ones married, most ones that have baby mamas. Come on now. Return on investments. We always want to talk about the ancestors. What did the ancestors get as a return on investments? The average Black American doesn't have $400 in their bank account. The average Black American is still fighting for reparations that's not going to happen anytime too soon. The average Black American is overweight. The average Black American woman has more miscarriages and more problems when she goes to the hospital than any other race. We are the bottom of every single totem pole there is. And many on the totem pole are people that came to this country after Black Americans. I'll say this again. We're at the bottom of every demographic of totem pole. Every survey, we're always at the bottom. And yet, we are underneath cultures that came to America after we were here. The Indians of East India, after we were here. The Asians, after we were here. The Jews, the Irish, after the Italians, after we were here. How is it that all these cultures are doing better than us? And they got here years after we were already here. So all y'all that cry about your ancestors and your grandmama and your granddaddy was buried on this land, y'all can sell that for somebody that doesn't do their homework. Sell that to stupid everyday Americans. I'm not leaving because my ancestors. Give us a real reason why you're not leaving. But don't use your ancestors as an excuse, because your ancestors are getting a lousy rate of return on their investment. I'm gonna tell you something. Let me word it like this. If I was an ancestor that could look in the future, if I could look in the future and saw 2026 Black people, I wouldn't have marched for your asses. If I was Martin Luther King, 2020, and I saw how we act as a culture in the music we listen to, and the unhealthy foods that we eat, and the way that we treat each other in public, and the way that how independent our sisters are, and the lack of marriages, and all these baby mamas and baby daddies, ain't no way in hell I'm about to get eaten up by dogs in 1966, 1956, 1976 for you motherfuckers that's walking around in 1926. Hell no. Let me had seen 1926. Man, if I was Malcolm and I had a chance to see what 1926 black folks look like, ain't no way in hell y'all had to worry about assassinating me. I'd have kept my ass right there in the Middle East. You ain't got to worry about me coming back. I'm sitting for my family. I ain't about to die for you ungrateful, unruly, disrespectful. Well, that ain't every black person, Dre. It's not. But it's too much of the norm in our community. Just like every black person wasn't a part of the civil rights movement. I want to say this again. Guys, do your homework on the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement was a small pool of black people. And when I say a small pool, I mean a small pool of black people. Not most black people were either afraid or anti-civil rights movement. Those marches were the same people that were marching over and over again and going from city to city, following each other in cars or on buses, and they were following each other to march again in another city, and then to march again in another city. Bruh, it was the same people over and over. The civil rights movement was not a mass of, see, we would like to look at it like black people came together and we fought and we was marching. Bruh, if you had at that time period, I kid you not, if you had 9 million black people in the 60s, you probably had, of the whole civil rights movement, maybe, and I mean maybe, a good 20,000 that was out there on a regular basis across the country every day. The March on Washington was only 200,000 people. Bruh. The March on Washington was not a million-man march. It was only 200,000 people that showed up to the March on Washington. I don't know why y'all try to think that it was just everybody, and these black actors were into it. Yes, there were a pool of black actors and athletes. Most black athletes and most black actors and actresses had nothing to do with the civil rights movement. They were very anti-civil rights movement. Very anti-Malcolm X, very anti-Martin Luther King. Y'all better do y'all homework, man. Everybody wasn't on board. I'm gonna say it like this. If you look at the pool, the same pool statistically or by percentage of black people that are considering relocating to other countries are the same percentage of black people that were part of the civil rights movement. I would not have died in 1966 if I had a glimpse of how you motherfuckers would be acting, and your kids will be running up and down, destroying property with these teen takeovers, and y'all shooting and deleting each other. Nipsey Hussle, Tupac, Biggie, Jam Master Jay. The first brother that I know that doesn't get credit for him getting deleted, DJ Scott LaRock with BDP. Some of y'all guys have forgot that BDP was DJ Scott LaRock, KRS-One, Miss Melody, D Nice, and it was another brother that I forget about. The first hip hop murder on murder, kill somebody that went nationwide was DJ Scott LaRock. Was the first one that everybody heard in hip hop that a black man was murdered, and he was a key figure in hip hop. You think I would have died by dog bite infection? You think I would have died because of that? In 1966, for you crazy motherfuckers in 2026? Man, man, I'd have told Stokely Carmichael going back to the islands early, bruh. I've been told Stokely Carmichael in his older years went back to the Caribbean. I'd have been told a lot of those dudes, hey, Martin, you just won that Nobel Peace Prize. Go on, stay over there in Sweden, bro. Go on, stay in Switzerland where you over there, brother. Don't come back here, bro. They're gonna assassinate you because of civil rights? No, because you fighting for the rights of poor people. And the last thing America wants to do is pay poor people. So now they're gonna, hey Martin, if you go back, they're gonna assassinate you because they think you're a communist. You're against the Vietnam War. Hey, bruh, you don't want to go back. I know you've been bitten by dogs. I know you got stabbed by the one sister. The first person that wanted to assassinate Martin Luther King was a black woman. She tried to stab him at a book signing. Hey Martin, hey, go on, stay in Europe, man. Nobody tells Martin a few years after he got assassinated, they assassinated his mama in church while she was on the organ. Nobody want to tell that story about how Martin Luther King mama got assassinated. Martin, years later, 2026 gonna come. You don't want to see these niggas. You do not want to see these bonnets. You do not want to see black people overweight at 70% clip. You do not want to see these weaves. You don't want to see tattoos going on these females' faces and their necks. Hey Martin, Malcolm, don't do it, bruh. I'm telling you, talking about your people. Hey, go back to the Middle East and enjoy your Islamic life. Don't be coming back for these Negroes in the state, bruh. Don't come back. Dude, if I could go back in time, man, them brothers will be, yeah, you work acting like an Uncle Tom. I'm telling you, I'm coming from the future. 2026. I am telling y'all, brothers, stop this damn marching because most of them niggas gonna act a fool once they get the opportunity. We're fighting for them to have equal rights in schools. They ain't going to school no more. We're fighting for them to have the best medical. They don't want the best medical. They want the government to take care of them. They're obese. They're overweight. What about all the great black inventors that came along? Yeah, that's true. Ain't nothing wrong with the black inventors. I would have told them, go and make your money, player. Don't be inventing shit because you black. Invent shit because you're an entrepreneur and you ought to get this money. Get your money, player. Don't be worrying about them black folks. 2026, I wish I would have sat back and gave my life for you mother ungrateful ass, nasty, filthy motherfuckers. If black people know I'm not talking to them. I'm gonna say that again. Black people know I am not talking to them. I'm not talking about them. But you ninjas, you know I'm talking directly to you. I'm talking directly to you ungrateful, filthy, nasty Negroes. I'm talking to you ninjas. Black people know Andre ain't talking to us. I'm not. I'm talking to you ninjas that's making us all look bad. All look bad. I've often heard, if you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. If you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. It's not a passport, a book. If you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. It's not a passport, a book. That's why you got sisters like this that's talk about the damn ancestors and half of y'all falling for it. Because if you want to hide something from black people, all you got to do is put it in a book. And a lot of y'all think about literature, but I'm also talking about the book of the passport. If you want to hide what the rest of the world is really like and all the other opportunities that's out there for black people, keep their ass away from this book, just like you keep their ass away from other books. Put it in a book. Passport stamps in a book. He said, well, Dre, didn't Jesus say? He said, let the dead bury. Let the dead bury the dead. Yep. I kid you not. I want to give my life for y'all, mother. Y'all crazy. If I was Martin Luther King, I'd be going like, I'd be like 92 years old right now, alive. After all that hard work, the way that we act today, we want to talk about ancestors. We are so ungrateful as Black people when it comes to how we carry ourselves based off of our ancestors' sacrifices. We are ungrateful. And the hell out of here talking about some ancestors. He said the ancestors are DEAD. Yep. Shout out to you guys in the building. Let's let the sister continue on though with the ancestors. This is why they stay in the States. This is the portion that we're on. We're going to listen to a montage of Black people tell us why they stand in the States.
And with that, when they marched, they had a flag. They did. So with that, you should never, ever feel as if that flag doesn't include you in it. You are American, and you should be proud. You come from a very strong lineage that shouldn't be taken for granted.
Y'all listen, I'm trying my best not to feel this way, but spiritual intelligence is a must. I want so bad to get up and leave America, yo, and go to places where I know that I'll be safe and surrounded by everything that I need, from herbs to fruits to vegetables. My heart won't let me leave my people. It just won't let me. Therefore, I feel like that purpose that I always wanted to confirm is possibly true with me when it comes to the great fight. Maybe I am.
He said, my heart won't let me leave my people. That's equivalent to a slave not leaving the plantation because the rest of his kinfolk on the plantation. I'll say that again. My heart won't let me leave my people. You are a slave, right? Somebody, an abolitionist. This is 1853, right? Let's go back to 1853. You are a slave on the plantation. All of a sudden, one day, an abolitionist shows up and says, I want to buy him. I want to purchase him. That abolitionist pulls you to the side and says, listen, after I purchase you, I'm going to give you your freedom. I'm going to give you some land. I'm going to give you an education. I'm going to give you some opportunity. I'm going to give you a home up north. I'm not purchasing you to hold you back. I'm purchasing you so you can advance on your own. But that slave says, I'm not leaving because my aunties is on this plantation. My cousins and them was raised on this plantation. My wife and my kids are on this plantation. My mama and my grandmama and them was on this plantation. Now I can be free. This abolitionist just came and said, I can be free and do all the things that will bless the future of my family. But what I do, I decide to keep my ass on the slave plantation because my cousin Riri, Ray, Nook, Keith, Man, and them still on the plantation. And this is not the only brother to think like this. There's a lot of y'all brothers and sisters that think y'all benefit the plantation, excuse me, by remaining on the plantation. Yes, sir. Goodbye, my people. We live in a world of video chat. We live in a world of video chat. I can video chat any family member and friend I want. He said all the ancestors taught, yet the same community that procreates with the wrong type of dudes. Absolutely correct. Support single mothers, households is weaponized police on brothers, and I'm not hearing it. I am not hearing it. Absolutely correct. He still gets his joy from walking to the corner store in flip-flops and the gym shorts in the hood. Absolutely correct. And T-Mac says this. He said, I was like George Jefferson. Shout out to George Jefferson. He said, when I got a chance to move out the hood, we moving on up. For real. To the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. By my people. Absolutely correct, T-Mac. Absolutely correct. That's right. He said, in other words, Bernie Mac, these brothers is the new fool. The community is absolutely correct. They want you to stay to save the plantation known as the community.
I'm supposed to be in the middle of that and have a very significant role too. I've always been a leader, but I've always been an Indian. And I love being an Indian. That being said, whatever fight is on the way, I don't got me running from it. That was never the intent anyway. But I'm ready. And I cannot wait to get this shit over with.
5 reasons why you will not leave the United States. First, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for a living? How are you going to make money?
Okay. Let's walk through her 5 reasons. I'm being serious now. Let's walk through her 5 reasons. First thing she says is, what are you going to do for a living? Before you leave America, a lot of guys either have savings, either have retirement pensions. Shout out to all you military guys or you guys that work for companies that allow you to have a pension. Many Americans are Social Security recipients. And a lot of individuals have online businesses or online skills that they developed over time. The reason why I say this to you guys, because I know a lot of you guys sit back and say, I can't leave America because of, I don't know what I'll do as far as making money. Nothing wrong with that. Give yourself a 2 to 3 year plan to put together something. I don't care if you're doing some type of AI certification. I don't care in the next 3 years, you say, I'm going to write 15 books and I'm going to market those books. And those books will bring in a certain amount of money that'll lay a foundation that I can build up on. I'm going to say this again. The reason why I said foundation, I'm being honest, this is like a free consultation. A lot of times Americans, especially Black Americans, think I have to leave America only at the finish line. If I'm not bringing in $15,000 a month, I'm not leaving America. The finish line. If I don't have a bad Colombiana or a bad Thai chick or a bad Filipino waiting for me, I'm not leaving America. If I don't know what specific country I'm going to move to, I'm not leaving America. A lot of us who have left with money and without money will tell you, and we just had jobs online, will tell you most of what you're going to do, even if you have money, even if you have a pension or you sold a house, or if you, whatever it is, you're going to realize you're still going to have to build the plane as you fly. You can have $300,000 in your bank account right now. You're still going to jump off the same cliff of a dude that has $13,000 in his bank account and jump off that cliff. You're still going to you're going to be floating and building that plane on your way down of what country or countries you want to live in. Do I want to live in that country full-time or part-time? What online opportunities do I want to take? Do I want to teach English for a couple of years, and after I do that for a couple of years, I'm going to create this idea? Do I want to get a certification with Theo and then start doing AI and cloud engineering? You're going to build a plane on your way down. That myth of you have to have everything 100% ironclad perfect. I mean, your health has to be 100% perfect, like your body is built like you're Captain America, like you just took the super serum, the super soldier serum, and nothing's ever, you will never get a cold in another country, and you're never going to get the flu, and you're never going to trip and fall in another country. Some of y'all want everything to be 1000% perfect. I'm going to get there, and my Colombian girlfriend will never get upset, and I'll never get upset with her, and we're going to have amazing sex every day, and da-da-da-da-da-da, and that's the only reason I'll leave America. And we're here to tell you, the guys and the ladies who have left America, we did not wait for perfection. Stop that lie that you're telling yourself if you think you're leaving America and everything has to be 1000% perfect. Many of us left America and we had 50% perfection. Many of us left America and we had 70%, 30% perfection. We still had 30% of stuff that need to be worked on while we were outside the United States. Some guys left, listen, I'm walking by faith. They got 40% of what they needed to live outside the United States, and they had 60% that they still need to improve on. Whether it be a language, whether it be a community, whether it be deciding on which country. Hey, I started in Brazil, but now I want to be in Peru. Don't think the biggest lie that's being told to Americans to keep you in America is that everything has to be perfect before you leave. If it's not, you are going to end up back here and it is your fault and we're going to laugh at you. Some of y'all just don't leave America because you don't want your family and friends to laugh at you if it don't work out. At least you tried to do something that your family and friends have never even imagined doing. Imagine doing. Most dudes and women that leave the United States, we are not leaving under a perfect scenario. Even guys that have money, they are still trying to discover. You got brothers like Will. Shout out to brother Will in Medellin, right? Chill with Will. Will had to decide on not only Colombia, which, even though he's got money, which, because remember he just said he sold his house after it was appraised for a certain amount, right? He not only had to decide on which country, even though he had money, which city, even though he had money, which neighborhood or area in the city, even though he had money, which apartment, if he wanted to rent or buy, even though he had money. You see what I'm saying? He still had to build his plane, even though he had money. There are others that have relocated, didn't have as much money, but yet and still had to build their plane on their way down. All you people who are thinking that everything needs to be perfect and you're never going to get a cold and everything's going to be Shangri-La and you're never going to have a disagreement with the local and everything's just going to be wonderful and you're going to learn the language in 3 weeks, bruh, you're going to be stuck in the States lying to yourself. Stop looking for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity. It's not real. Those of us who are living out here, we are still, dude, I've been here almost a decade. I am still building my plane. But guess what? If you notice something, I ain't had to go back home to the States, have I? Have you guys seen me have to go back to the States? I had amazing times. I've had tempestuous times. I had times with great health. I've had times where I've had to have 2 surgeries since I've been gone. It's called life, and life is going to keep lifing, whether you got it or you don't. So stop expecting that if I have everything perfect, life is not going to keep lifing. Yes, it will. And all of the guys that have lived, that are from other countries, they can tell you, I've lived in other countries like Theo, his 20 years between Japan and Europe. He can tell you life will keep lifing. Life don't give a damn if you got money. Life don't give a damn if you don't got money. Now, having money makes it a lot smoother. But what I'm telling you is, guys, don't think, okay, now I have $750,000. Now I can leave America. Hey, bruh, it's a dude that left America with $7,500. And he left 12 years before you did. And his life is better than his life, his health, his marriage. He's had 2 kids since your ass made that $750,000. And now he makes 6 figures. I'll say that one again. Let's put it on the Libra scale. You wait 10 years. Cool. That's you. You got $750,000 that you put to the side for your retirement. Great. Perfect. This brother right here, you just left. 10 years, you just left. Congratulations. This brother right here, he left with $7,500. But he took a class like Theo's, or he started teaching English online. He started an online business. He started social media. He started networking, whatever it was, consultations, being a consultant. Worked online for a couple of years for a few businesses online. In that time period, in his first 5 years, met his girlfriend who became his wife. They had 2 kids. In the second 5 years, they've traveled to 4 countries, found a country, him, his wife, his 2 kids, his 6 figures that he's making now, the piece of property that he's purchased in his new country, Portugal. Your ass just leaving the country. Yeah, you got $750,000. You just leaving. Who won? You and your 750 just leaving at 57 years old? Or the young dude who, like Austin Holloman, left for like $7,500 at 25. Who winning? Because the young dude realized the greatest commodity was not the money, but the time. You were so busy valuing, making sure you had the right money, you didn't realize you were also running out of time. So now you done got your ass out at 57. Nothing wrong with that. Do your thing, 57. 57 years old, you got 750,000. Yes, sir, I ain't mad at you. But the Austin Hollamans who left with 7,500, I bet you they got a better story to tell than you busting your ass for 10 years to get to the 750. I bet you the Austin Hollamans are glad to have made 100,000 in countries where it don't take 100,000. You going, no matter what you got, if you got the money or if you don't, life will keep lifing, and you're gonna have to build that plane on your way down. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to Theo being here. Shout out to Theo in the building. Appreciate you, brother. He said only visiting Manosphere Conclave Andre. He said only visiting for Manosphere Conclave Andre yet. He said staying in the hotel till it's time to leave the US. Oh, cool. I got you. I got you, Deep Soul. Yes, sir. He says, Theo, he was extremely miserable on the, oh, y'all talking about me? I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about your boy. But she said the first thing is she's given 5 reasons why people don't leave the United States, especially people of color. And she said, what you gonna do? And I just explained to you, even if you got the money, you're still going to be building the plane on your way down. So you got a choice. The greatest commodity for those of us that relocate to other countries, we realize this. Our greatest commodity is not the money. The money is a great commodity. Do not get me wrong. I'm not putting down money. In the book of Proverbs, it says money solves all problems. So money is needed. Resources, in other words, not just cash, but complete resources, your network, your finances, all those things, your information. I put all that under the umbrella of resources that's needed. But the greatest commodity that you have is time. The Bible says this: a man worked his whole life, and I've quoted this one many a time. Man worked his whole life. He saved up all the granaries, you know, the big barns of grain, and he said, "Now I can retire." And Jesus said in that story, the next day, death came to that man and said, "Today your soul is required of you." One of my most profound verses in the Bible that I've read. Death came to him after all he did, all that hard work. Death came to him and said, "Today your soul is required of you." The greatest commodity is not the money. The money is a very important commodity. But the greatest commodity will always be your time. Nothing outflanks, outranks your time. Ever. I can imagine. I can imagine, Zeta. Let's continue on what her number 2 is.
Yeah. Everybody's not a doctor. Everybody's not.
Let's go back to
someone
to get this shit over with.
5 reasons why you will not leave the United States. First, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for a living? How are you going to make money? Yeah. Everybody's not a doctor. Everybody's not someone with a skill that you could just take to any country and just make it prosper. So my job at Sephora will not exist in Costa Rica. Will not exist in Thailand. So that's one of the reasons why we're not leaving. And when I say we, I mean we. So second reason, creature comforts. So if you were born and raised in America, you're fully aware of a McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Planet Fitness, a Wells Fargo. All the creature comforts you have are within your radius to just drive to. Some people live a little more rural, so they got to drive 20 minutes, but that's 20 minutes. You know? Versus.
Okay, here we go. She said number 2 is creature comforts. Black Americans don't leave because of creature comforts. You're going to miss a Chick-fil-A. You're going to miss a McDonald's or whatever it may be, right? But for those of us who have traveled, we know that McDonald's is everywhere. We got a Domino's Pizza right down the street. We got a Little Caesars right down the street over here. Papa John's is right behind our building right here. Next door to us, literally next door, is Price Mart. The Price Mart is literally nothing but Sam's Club and Costco's. That's all it is, the same franchise. Dollar Trees are everywhere. Y'all call them Dollar Trees. We call them Dollar Cities. The same franchise, the same green building with the yellow letters. When you walk into a Dollar City, you'll walk into a Dollar Tree. Same prices, same items, nothing different. Literally nothing different. A Dollar City is nothing but a Dollar Tree. Creature comforts, you can order. You can order that on Amazon. This soundboard, Amazon. These lights, Amazon. Whenever I use the webcam, Amazon. This this desk, Amazon, all those colognes, Amazon, these lights right here, Amazon. What creature comforts are you talking? Unless you're being specific, like, you know what? I like my Cool Ranch dressing. Okay, cool. You might have to order that and get it delivered a different way. But most of your creature comforts, bruh, these people always want to compare your lack of creature comforts to real third world countries like the Congo, or deep in the rural area of South Africa. Or they want to talk about Rwanda like it was back in the day. They never, if you ever noticed, I kid you not, guys, and I'm not being disrespectful to my American counterparts. We always compare ourselves. If you ever notice this, Americans love to compare ourselves to either immigrants or countries that are impoverished. So when you see somebody come online and say, I love being America, if you were from Iran, well, dude, really? If you were from Iraq, you'd understand why we love America. If you were from the Congo, you'd understand why we love America. If you were from the rural area of Greece, then if I lived in a country ass area of Greece and I moved to America, yes, I love America. If I was from war-torn Congo or Iran or Iraq or Yemen and all those areas, yes. If I was coming to America from war-torn Ukraine, yes, I would love. We always have people from war-torn or impoverished areas that want to compare America to them. But when it's time to compare America to Sweden, Denmark, Brazil, and other, UK, Canada, some of the top ones, statistically, the top 10 economies in the world, America never ranks number one. We don't even make it past 8 in the top 10 economies in the world. We never make it past. We always want to compare ourselves to the bottom 10 countries and think we flexing. That's like me going into an impoverished hood with a $45,000 vehicle that we drive and flexing on the people because we driving the 45. That ain't right. So when I hear Americans talking about you gonna lose your creature comforts. Yeah, if I go to the Congo, yeah, I might lose my creature. If I go to war-torn Ukraine, yes, I might lose my creature comforts. But if I go to Medellin, I ain't gonna lose no damn creature. If I'm in Rio, Sao Paulo, I ain't losing no damn creature comforts. Man, if I am in Panama, if I am in Thailand, Singapore, China, Japan, I am not looking at America like I'm losing some dang creature comforts. But Black Americans who have been programmed like fleas actually believe that you will lose out if you leave. And that's one of the reasons why we don't leave, because we really believe that we're going to lose out. And let me make sure I got everybody. He said Andre ruined the Money World song. Money World? Theo in the building says this. He said I'm being paid $250,000 to transfer to Tokyo, Japan. Funny. You never see Western women receiving such jobs abroad. Men, the jobs are out there for you. He's absolutely correct. Thank you, Theo. Absolutely correct. One thing that I love about this channel, you guys give none of us, and I say us, not just you, us. You guys often put us all in positions that we have no excuse when it comes to relocating or relocating part-time, because you don't have to relocate full-time from America or any other country. You can relocate part-time. But the one thing that this channel and you guys don't do, you do not give us any excuses for why we aren't doing this. She said creature comforts.
Just not having it. I've been to some of these other countries. They do not have all of that infrastructure like that. You might spend all day just trying to get to the bank and back.
You plan on leaving the country? Nah, man, this is my country. I'm originally from here. You know what I'm saying? We indigenous to the Americas. I'm not from Africa, so I'm from America. My ancestors are from the Americas, so I don't have a home to go to. I'm at home right now. We're the indigenous tribes here in Americas. We got pyramids here. We got Sphinx here. You know, this is spiritual Kemet, what you call Egypt. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm at the crib. I'm never leaving. Of course I travel, but hey, we the Indians. We are the Aboriginals and the indigenous to this land. I'm home. I'm at the crib.
Also, I hate when people come into my comments talking about just moving out of the country. Anti-blackness exists all across the world. They wouldn't like us anywhere we go.
African Americans who stay.
He said anti-blackness is everywhere we go. They wouldn't want to like us anywhere we go. Put a 1 in the comment if you've received a truly straightforward racist experience like in the United States. I'm not talking about sub-racist. I've had a few of those, but very few. I'm talking about real racist like in America. I ain't got none. Maybe some of y'all got some. Yeah, maybe y'all got. I ain't got none. I ain't gonna put no lie out there. I ain't. Now I'm gonna say this, like I always say. See, black people in America have a bad habit. We don't like to embrace our African brothers and sisters. Got you. Not most of us. You know, you got a few Pan-African brothers and sisters, but most blacks, they like, those are African brothers and we are African American, or we're black people. Hey, we're completely different. Cool. But then when it comes to global racial experience, then all of a sudden we're all one. Africans and blacks experience racism the same. I'm gonna tell y'all this. No, we don't. All you dudes that keep on asking, is this country racist? Do these women like black men? You are not talking about African-American men. African-American men, let's be honest, we do not experience racism the way African dudes do it in Europe. I walk around Europe, no issues. One African walked into that same store, he gonna get it differently than I would. I get into an Uber, and I've experienced this. I take an Uber with my wife in Africa, in Europe. As soon as they notice I'm African American or black, I am none of my experiences is what the African dudes and the African immigrants are dealing with in Europe, are dealing with in Japan, are dealing with in China. Stop listening to the stories that the Africans experience in China as if African Americans experienced that in China. I see what, like during the pandemic and all the Africans were being kicked, all the college Africans were being kicked out of their apartments and kicked out of the country and kick. And African Americans were like, oh my God, racism. I knew the Chinese people were racist. Listen, if your African American ass had been in China during that time period, your ass would have been kicked out that apartment. Africans, we saw it. Yes, African Americans, no. Your experience of racism is a lot more subtle on a global basis compared to when you're in the States or when you're in UK or when you're in Canada. You're going to experience racism on a subtle. This is how African Americans experience racism outside of America. Did they just say something racist to me? It is so subtle. It take you a second to catch on, and by the time you get ready to say something back, the person is already gone. But if you look at how these Europeans treat them Africans, and the Asians treat Africans, bruh, I love y'all African brothers and sisters, but y'all get treated like trash globally. It ain't nowhere y'all can go where ain't nobody gonna treat y'all like trash. I ain't gonna, hey, African brothers, and I'm talking about all 54 countries of Africa. Y'all get treated like trash in other countries. But let me, as a Black American, walk into that same region of Italy. I ain't going through all that. I am not going through all that, man. So for me to thank you guys for the zero. So for me to act like I go through the same thing that my African brothers and sisters go through, no. So stop asking. The reason why I say this, African Americans, stop asking them stupid questions about do Philippine women like Black men? Stop that. Do the women in Poland like Black men? Stop it. Your experience in Ireland is completely different experience in Ireland than the Black Irish and the Africans that come through. Dude, if I could get more Black people to realize the bulk of the painful, mentally torturous racism that you gonna experience is back in America. They just opened up a restaurant in Argentina. Looked like a franchise called Big Nigga. Big Nigga Burgers. Opened up by white Argentinians. Most of you brothers would take that and say, see, they don't love Black people. No, they ain't got nothing to do with us. That's got to do with the local Black Argentinians. Y'all gonna stop encapsulating what others are going through. I see the land theft that Afro-Colombians go through. I see when I walk through the mall and it's very few Black women or Black men behind the counter selling products, but they are all in the mall as security guards and sweeping with brooms in every mall that I see since I've been in Colombia. That ain't got a damn thing to do with Andre. They got to go through their civil rights movement, and I'm not here to interrupt it. It is not my job to be like, yeah, y'all need to stop the white people from, y'all let these Colombians got y'all in the mall and that ain't none of my business. I'm gonna say this to some of you guys that travel, and some of you guys can attest to this. Every race battle ain't your battle. Just because you Black and you see something happens to another Black from the Caribbean, Black people, American Black people, you live in DR. What the Black Haitians and the Dominicans are going through, that ain't got a dang thing to do with us. Keep your nose out of other people's business. As we went through our own civil rights movement to get the little rights that we got, trust God and the Haitians to be able to get their own rights. Stop coming up to other countries with a picket sign in your hand and you try to give them some advice on, man, y'all be going through some, man, shoot, if I was here, no, that ain't none of your business. Keep your mouth shut. It is none of your business unless you're like me and T-Mac on our way to get our citizenships. And once we get our citizenship, now we got the right to vote. Okay, now we can have a voice as far as voting. But as far as me and T-Mac getting picket signs and bullhorns, and we walk around Colombian malls, talk about some, where are the Afro-Colombians? Where are the Afro-Colombians? Why aren't more Afro-Colombians at the front of the malls and selling products? Why don't we see more Afro-Colombians this? That ain't none of our business. So when you dudes are talking about race and racism in other countries, if you ain't under America's version of racism anymore, shut your goddamn mouth when you in somebody else's country. Because you don't know nothing about how their racism is set up. And 9 times out of 10, we all can attest, as soon as they find out that you are Black American, the treatment, they rolling out the red carpet for your ass. I'm going to say this again in the end, to end with this. Black people who have never used a passport, if you ever want to know what it's like to be white, be a Black man using a passport from the United States. If you ever want Black people to look at you with privilege, go on, be a Black man from the United States and look how Africans look at you. I saw how Africans looked at me walking into certain restaurants in certain areas that the Africans knew they ass ain't had no business going to. But because I'm African American, I can walk through those doors with ease. In other words, I was treated like the white man in America. So stop asking them stupid questions about racism in other countries, because you ain't gonna never experience racism the way that you experience it in the United States. The Africans, yes, they will experience it everywhere they go. I love my brothers and sisters off on that continent, but yes, they will experience it everywhere they go. Brothers and sisters in Brazil, all 113 million of them, they're still fighting for certain rights. That ain't none of our business. I don't care if you live in Brazil. I don't care how many kids you have in Brazil. I don't care how cool your Brazilian wife is. It is none of your business to be out there with a picket sign or complaining about the Black plight of Brazilians. You don't know a dang thing about the Black plight of Brazilians except for what you read in their history books. Keep your mouth shut, even if you married to a Afro-Brazilian. Got Afro-Brazilian kids. Keep your mouth shut. As far as anybody knows, your kids are Americans. In every country you go to, them people better start treating your kids as Americans with their American passport, even though they got a Brazilian or a Nigerian or a Philippine or a Thai passport. Your kids are to be treated like with the respect that they treat all Black Americans when we travel. Taking y'all butt to other countries trying to be Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and Malcolm X at the same time. You don't sit your butt down somewhere, enjoy the fact that you're not being stereotyped anymore when you leave America. And I'm serious about this one. That's why I kept rambling on this rant. Keep your mouth shut. And all you let them, hey, here in Colombia, especially in Cali, we got a bunch of brothers from the States that them Pan-African thinking brothers, right? We got a few of them here. Let them Negroes try to blend in with the Afro-Colombian community, and we here to rescue you. Let them Negroes do that. As for you, you keep your mother mouth shut. What's going on with Afro-Colombians ain't none of your mother business. Let God take his time with their progression like he took his time when it came to our progression. We progressed in other black countries are going to progress. But it ain't none of your business to sit up there and judge the black people of their country because they haven't advanced like black people in America. Keep your mouth shut. Nobody want to hear about your little, well, in America, we would. Nobody want to hear that. You get to get on a plane and travel to different countries with your American passport. You get to, as soon as you land in the country, everybody looking at you like you a white man. I'm gonna say this again. Everybody looking at you like you a white man. Everybody looking at you like you a white man because of how you get treated. As soon as they hear what you have to say, well, I'm American. Oh, what do you like to order? But if you told that you was African, they tell your ass, get you this restaurant or get in the back. You're supposed to be cooking. That ain't none of your business. I see that all the time. Black Americans with our ego that we learn from white Americans, we go to other countries with our bouginess, and a part of our bouginess, we think that we're helping black people in other countries, and we are not. We are in the way. Stay out of God's way and stay out of their way. Celebrate being with black people, enjoy learning from other black cultures, but do not get into the political ramifications of why here in Colombia, there's very little black people that work in the malls, except for security and sweeping with brooms. I live in a country where you still got black maids like 1952. In Colombia, in this neighborhood, is black maids that are black maids, black nannies like 1952, walking and cleaning the dog like 1952. They got dog nannies, black people that are nannies to dogs in Colombia. That ain't none of my business to be out here like, you don't need to be doing that, sister. My brother, you don't need to be walking those people, dog. You don't need to do that. You're black. You're a king. That ain't none of my business. Let God do what God gonna do. Y'all gonna stop. Yeah, okay. But my point in saying all that is, do not think that racism in America is the exact same racism that you're gonna experience in other countries. As an African American, you won't. You won't. It won't even come close. There is no driving while black while you're in Europe. We got stopped. One dude said we got stopped 3 times when we were driving to Europe. You ever think that police they ain't see no brothers and they just being nosy as hell? You ever just think those white people, it ain't about race? Sometimes white people just stop you they nosy as hell. The last time they saw a black person in their city was 12 years ago. You and your boy come to that part of Switzerland. You get stopped 3 times and you think it's racist. No, they nosy as hell. Did they arrest you? No. Did they give you a ticket? No. Did they warn you not to drive? No. Oh, so they just stopped you 3 times. Yeah. Being nosy. Wondering why you here. How you liking their country. Because the last time they saw a black person was 12 years ago. Stay out of people's way, man. Will says this. He say, time is your most precious asset. You can't get it back. Never let your dick out hustle your goals. Positive mindset to get ahead. Absolutely correct. Got to have that dick discipline if you plan on living outside the United States. Do not let coochie control your behavior when you're relocating. Shout out to Casual Jim in the building. He say facts. He say we had to hide our tips from dinner servers in South Africans. services to the Black South Africans. Looked like we were giving them drugs. You had to hustle your tip because a lot of Europe is not tipping. So you had to basically just kind of roll it up in a small ball. Good looking out, brother. Good looking out. And had to give it to the African brother like that. But giving a tip is a great thing. I tip a lot here. Colombia is not a tipping country. It's starting to get there like that, but for the most part, it's not. And at the end of the day, sometimes you gotta, here's a few dollars, bro. There you go. But I didn't walk around with a picket sign saying unfair wages in Colombia. No. I like how you did it, Casual. Casual says this also. He said South Africa still has racial segregation and religious segregation. When in Rome, absolutely correct. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. I'm telling you guys, man. You see, that's true. Just being nosy, not used to being or seeing black people. Absolutely correct. Yep. Corporal says this. He say black people running around the world with a passport, $150. He say a bean, shout to bean pies. Yes, sir. I love some bean pies. A bean pie, the Afro fist hair pick, and a black militant attitude. Man, I know dudes like that here in Cali. I know dudes like that, man. I'm in WhatsApp groups with dudes like that, man. Are you a part of the African da? No, nigga. Everything is not, dude, I am not spending, dude. I told y'all, I will be 70 years old in 11 years. I know how old I am. I do not have time to try to rescue every brother every time I go to a country. Now, like T-Mac and Will and a bunch of us, we give and donate and support and help the communities, but we do that with communities, not just one community. If I'm donating food, I'm not sitting around there, I'm going to go give it to black people. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm giving it to anybody that's hungry. If it just so happen to be a black person, cool, but I'm not going to be sitting around. The only person I'm going to look out for, let's put it like this. When Andrea and I take our vehicle to get cleaned, if the person that cleaned our vehicle is a brother, he gonna get a tip. If the person that cleaned our vehicle was not a brother, he gonna get a tip. I'm not that dude. I'm done with that being funny style toward people. I'm looking out for everybody. Everybody gonna get a tip if it's up to me. I'm not gonna be sitting around like, yeah, I'm gonna just get a brother's tip. My brothers and my sisters gotta look up for my people. I'm done with that. If I see a hungry child, I am not gonna just give a hungry child some food because they black. I'm gonna give a hungry child some food because that's a hungry child. If you'd have called me before 50, maybe I'd have been just pro-black and my brothers and sisters gotta look out for all my African brothers, you know, Pan-African, only look out for the brothers, look out for us. The queens, look out for the queens. I was on that before I hit 50. Once I start realizing I only got a certain amount of time left on this planet, I am not about to be running around looking out for one person. When I see hunger and need among everybody, everybody's sleeping in cars, everybody's in need. I'm not going to just walk past somebody that's in need, just be, oh, hey, you not black, you're not an Afro-Colombian. I'm sorry. You're going to be all right. You got programs. I'm not doing that. Some of you dudes do. Hey, have fun with that. Me, and I'm not saying the brother who I'm not talking to anybody specifically here. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about Andre in general. I'm past that stage. I've evolved past that stage. I am not just an American. I am an earthling. I am an earthling. I got that from Chuck D. When Chuck D said, I started traveling this world. He said, and I realized I have a responsibility to this earth. I am an earthling. And when I heard Chuck D from Public Enemy say that, I said, you know what? That's what I want to be. I don't want to just be called an American. I want to be seen as an earthling. It's my job to take care of people on the earth. It's not my job to take care of just one race. My job is to take care of people of different cultures, of different languages, of different background who are in need. I am not going to be one of them dudes that's sitting around talking about I only look out for my brothers. I love my brothers. I love my sisters. And if they need help, I got them. But if I see somebody else that's in need, I am not going to ignore them just because they ain't black. I'm past that stage, bruh. Like I said, I'll be 70 years old in 11 years. I'm supposed to still act like I did when I was 21? Get the heck out of here. Y'all can have that. I'm serious. You dudes can have that Umar mindset, blackly black, 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 blackly black, 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 black. No, I'm an earthling. I'm on this planet Earth, and it's my job to take care of other earthlings. That's my job. Your job is to take care of black people. Cool. Love it. Do what you do. Do what you do. And I mean that. I'm not hating on you. I'm not mad at you. But my job is if I see another earthling that's in need, I'm going to take care of that earthling. Y'all can have that, bruh. And I'm going to tell you the rate of return before we go into it. The ROI, never got one. Return on my investment, never got one. Oh, go ahead, put in the comment section. For all you dudes that ever gave to only black schools, only black kids, only black communities, you only visit black countries, you only went to black restaurants, you only dated black women, you only had black kids. Tell me your ROI. I love to hear that. Put that in the comment section right now. Because I did all that other than the black kids. I did everything you did that was blackity black, 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 the dashiki, the black pick when I had an afro, and I had the gold African medallions, all that. You thought I was a poor righteous teacher the way I was dressed. I did all that. Never got an ROI on none of that ish. None of it. None of it. None of it. Never got a return on investment. Just being Andre, going to city council meetings, volunteering in the community to the black community. Where was my ROI? Never got one mother ROI. The black community that I looked out for when I was in the community with the bullhorn. What rate of return did I get with a big ass bullhorn? You see, I got my finger because you got to pull the trigger on the bullhorn. I'm out there at Tampa. It is 90 degrees. I'm on the corners talking about how Black Lives Matter and talk about the community and we need to do this. Then that Monday morning, I'm at a city council meeting. I'm skipping lunch because I'm going to meet up with a senator. So I'm going to have lunch with him. Big brothers, big sisters. 100 black men. Boys and girls clubs. And every other volunteer program in the community you can imagine I've been in. What ROI did I get as far as seeing the development of the community? Not a goddamn thing. Y'all took everything that we did as black people since the early 1920s and went backwards. So if you think I'm gonna sit back and keep on giving only into the black community after I've sat back and watched you go backwards since Martin Luther King, backwards since W.E. Du Bois, backwards since Booker T. Washington, backwards. I've watched you go backwards and backwards and backwards. And I sat back and I didn't help the white kids and I didn't help the Latin kids and I didn't help the Asian kids. I just focused on blackity black, blackity black. What rate of return did I get by focusing only on black community? Not a goddamn thing. I was called a nerd, a geek, a weirdo. You want to be like the white man because you want us to read books. You want them uppity Negroes. I got called all that by my so-called my people. So I said, you know what? Chuck D is right. I'm looking out for everybody now. I am not going to be one of them dudes stuck on one race. Whatever country I go to and whoever is in need, I'm looking out for them. If it's black people that's in need, I'll look out for them. But if I go to Asia and there's some Asian kids that's in need and I'm not around the black Asians at that moment in time, I'm looking out for these Asian kids that's in front of me. Now, if I come across some black Asian kids and they in need, I'm gonna look out for them too. But until that moment comes and I see a bunch of kids that's in need, I am not gonna ignore these kids because these are the white Asian kids. And they are part of the oppressors. I ain't got no time for that, bruh. Y'all, I kid y'all not. Y'all can have all that, bruh. I didn't get no rate of return. I didn't get nothing. 30 years of volunteering in the black community. 30 years of picket signs. 30 years of going to city council meeting. From the time I left prison, I have been fighting for the black community. No rate of return. Y'all worse than ever. You expect me to spend my last few years repeating myself? We always say, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? So for me to get up in the morning and start writing only black books about black people and black love, what's that gonna get me? The same thing that I got over the last 30 years, not a dang thing but laughed at by black people. It wasn't white people that laughed at me. That's the part that got me the most. It wasn't white people that laughed at me in the States. Nope, 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 nope. It was black folks. Y'all talked about me so bad. Y'all talked about us that volunteered in the community so bad. Call us uppity niggas and all. Y'all treated us like, hey, if you ever want to destroy your self-esteem, y'all ready? Try to help black people in a black community. If you ever feel good about your life and where life is taking you and you want to mess that up, go ahead and talk to black people. You ain't never got to worry about your self-esteem being strong because black people would tear a black man or a black woman down. Let you have a goal or a dream or accomplish something. As a black man, it will not be white people that will tear you down. It will be the Negroes that you've been trying to help get to your level. So all you dudes are talking about something, reach out, make sure you reach back to help the next black man. No, I will reach out and help anybody that grabs my hand. I'm gonna say that again. On the cliff of life climbing up, I will help anybody up at this stage of my life. If it's an Asian, if I look down as an Asian dude grabbing my hand, I'm gonna help pull him up. If it's a black dude that's trying to help me, need some help, I'm gonna pull him up. If it's a black girl that needs little girl that needs some help, I'm pulling her up. If it's a black woman, I'm gonna pull her up. If it's a white woman, I'm gonna pull her up. I'm pulling everybody up. I only got a couple more years left on this planet, and I am not about to sit up here and waste it talking about some I'm gonna kick the white man back down. I'm gonna kick the white woman back down. I'm gonna kick the Asian back down. I'm gonna kick the Latin back down. But if it's a black man or black child, then black woman, I'm gonna help them up. No, I'm done with them years. I get y'all 50 years of that shit, and I ain't get no rate of return on it. Y'all worse than ever. Worse than ever. Try to help y'all with learn about scholarships. Y'all laughed at me. I try to help y'all to show y'all how important it was to apply for scholarships. Y'all, boy, black people talked about me so bad, talked about me bad about trying to get y'all to get free money for y'all kids to go to school. And y'all treated me like ish. So that's why I'm so bold to say what I say about our black community and not being sold that narrative anymore. because I was out there doing it. I'm not one of them people that was just all of a sudden, yeah, he talking big, but has he ever done anything for the black community? Bruh, if you only knew the hours that I put in. If you only knew when I was back. See, y'all not talking to no regular brother that was not out there doing it. I was out there doing it. And I mean, roll up your sleeves out there doing it every weekend. I'm down. See, some of y'all see people at the city council meetings at the podium. I'm at the city council meetings at the podium. I'm part of this organization. I work with the 5%er brothers. I work with the Nation of Islam brothers over here. I'm not a 5%er. I'm not the Nation of Islam, but I see what they're trying to do. So I work with them. I work with the Sunni Muslims and the Shiite Muslims. I'm a Christian. I'm working with I'm a Protestant Christian, but I'm working with the Catholics. Then they giving away food at the food bank. I'm at the food bank. Where the hell was y'all? Oh, it's Saturday, football game. Okay, cool. So when I tell y'all I'm done, I got a track record that can validate why I'm done. And I'll help anybody now. I'll help anybody in need. I help earthlings. I help earthlings. Talking about some racism everywhere. It is, Americans don't know about no, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Black Americans, you don't know a dang thing about racism outside of America. Stop acting like it's racism everywhere. It's not your type of racism everywhere. The way you get treated like trash, you ain't gonna experience that type of racism everywhere. You are not gonna experience, okay, all you guys that have ever rode a motorcycle in another country, or scooter in another country, a car in another country, go ahead, put your driving while black experience right in the comments. You got pulled over by a police officer. You knew it was because you was black and you was in another country. They pulled your scooter over. Go ahead, put your story right there. I'm waiting. I ain't got one. I've been driving in foreign countries for almost 6-7 years. Ain't never been pulled over driving while black. Now ask me about in the United States. Ask them how many times I've been pulled over in the States just because I'm a black man in a nice car. Driving into my nice neighborhood that I live in. Go ahead, ask me that one. While you put your comment, go ahead, put your comment about how many times you've been pulled over in a foreign country compared to the United States. Absolutely correct, Corporal. Ain't none of us got one to write. But if I asked y'all to write a story about an experience that you had with a police officer, whether as an adult or a youth, most of us got a story to tell. Or even know of somebody that's got a story to tell. That's the difference. So when I'm going to end it with this, and I know I said I'm going to end it with this before. Stop talking about race or racism as a African American if you are outside of America, because you are not experiencing the same racism that African brothers and sisters experience outside of the continent of Africa, or the local blacks experience, such as Afro-Brazilians or Afro-Colombians or Portuguese. They experience their version of racism. Soon as they find out that your ass American, you might as well be white. And that just, some of y'all can't fathom that thought. Like, what the? They gonna treat you with a different layer of respect the moment they find out that you're black. It's countries that don't like Americans. I'm not talking about that. That's a horse of a different race. That's a horse that's in a different race. Yes, that exists. But I'm talking about in general, when it comes to being American, in general, not countries that don't like Americans. I'm just talking about in general. You gonna get white boy respect. How? Go ahead, travel. Keep traveling. Keep traveling. And compare your experience as a black man to the experience of the locals. You brothers that live in Colombia, you know your black butt get treated better than the Afro-Colombians here. You know it, I know it. And you know it's because you are American. So let's be real with it. They might not worship you like they worship whiteness in these other countries. They worship the colonists in these other countries, but they ain't gonna put you through hell like you will be going through in the States. I'm gonna say this again. They don't worship us as Americans like they do white Americans. They worship their ass. They worship the colonists. So we get that. But the headaches that blacks go through in the States, you ain't gonna experience that outside of the States. Mm-mm. 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 If anything, when you go to certain countries, they're gonna treat you as a lick or being haters, because that's one of the number one complaints that we have from African Americans that go to Africa. They look at y'all like a lick or a scam or somebody to hustle, because they look at you like they look at the white man. You got money, American. They don't look at you quite often. Sometimes they do look at you with, we're love and glad to see you back in our country. But the number one complaints that I hear African Americans say when they go back to Africa, these people are treating me like the white man. They think I got money. They think they can scam me, overprice me, hustle me. They do not look at me like I'm a brother. They look at you like you a white man from the United States with some money. In certain countries. Corporal said, we have millions of those stories. He said, my mom told me, my brother and I to stop the bias prejudice because of our uppity pro-blackness abroad. Yeah. It's completely different dance, man, for black men from the States. He said, back in the day, shout out to Zeta. Zeta says this. He said, back in the day, the police used to profile me heavy. In other countries, I've never had that problem at all. At all. At all.
Out of the country. Anti-blackness exists all across the world. They wouldn't like us anywhere we go.
African Americans who stay in America, who aren't like, I'm leaving America because of oppression and racism, I think they're the slaves on the slave ship who survived. I think those people that stay in America and tread on and make their money, you are the people that Harriet Tubman would not have shot. That's what I think about you. You are never going to hear me come on the internet and give white people the power, the feeling to say that they made me leave America. I would never give white people the satisfaction to even think that if I felt that. Never. And that's the trend right now on social media. That's the thing. Of America, I feel so much more respected as a black person in this country. That's in style. I would never. Auntie Full.
She says she's not leaving because she doesn't want to give the white man the satisfaction of thinking that he was the reason that she left. I'll say this. For most people of color, the white man was far on the bottom end of the totem pole of why we left. Most guys and women that I've come across in other countries that are black from the United States, we ain't leave because of the white man. We got plenty of other reasons why we left the United States. Last thing was on our mind was because of some dang white man. We were not thinking about that at all. I don't know why people in the United States that don't travel think because we travel is because of the white man. Y'all love and worship the white man so much in America. Y'all think that since you can't get the white man off your mind, that we can't get the white man off our minds. We're not you. We don't sit around and think about the white man. The white man, it's the white man fault. The white man, we got the white man president. The white man vice this. The white man, that's y'all in America that worship and get mad at the white man if he don't do what you want to do. That's y'all get oppressed by the white man. That's y'all love and worship the white man. Oh, yes, you do. We sick, boss. We sick. That's y'all. Don't put that on us. That's how y'all think in the States. We who lead the States, the last mother thing on our mind is what the white man think of us, want from us, consider us. We don't care. Dude, I kid y'all not. Other than talking on this channel, when these cameras and light go off, you know who I never talk about? And I'm talking about all my decades of almost being outside the United States for almost a decade. You know the last topic that I talk about off camera, in all sincerity, and when I'm talking to T-Mac, when I'm talking to Will, when I'm talking to Jay Fleming, when I'm talking to Aaron of Passport Bros, when I'm talking to 0 Milligram, when I'm talking to Theo, you know who the last person I talk about? The last topic that ever comes up, rarely comes up. The white man. In real life, off camera, us men that travel do not talk about the white man like y'all dudes do in the States. That's y'all. That's y'all stuck there with that white man. That's y'all. Many of us are in communities of different cultures anyway. We are in Asia, so we're going to talk about the Asian man. We are on the continent of Africa, so we're going to talk about the African man. We're in Europe, we're going to talk about the European man who thinks differently from the American white man. We're in the continent of South America, so we're going to often speak about the Brazilian or the Latin man. But we do not sit around and talk about no damn white man. That is not us, bruh. We don't. I know y'all do all day long. Y'all live sitting around. If it works, it's because the white man let it work. If it doesn't work, it's because the white man tried to interrupt your life. White man holding you back. That's y'all stuck in the States on that white man stuff. Other than being on this channel, you will never hear me talk about the white man. I'm sorry, dudes. Me and T-Mac sitting around having lunch and we talking about the white man. No, we don't. Dude, I'm gonna tell y'all something. You ready? Will, Theo, Jay Clyde, Jay Fleming, all the guys that I have either had phone conversations with, Will, chill with Will, we have never, as long as I've been conversing with these men these years, I have never had one white man conversation ever with these men. We've had conversations like white dudes that we know and that we network with and that we cool with. That is just networking, just guys knowing guys. But the white man, like y'all, the man conversation, I ain't never had a the man conversation with Theo, ever. I ain't never had a the man conversation with T-Mac. Not one time. Not once have we sat around just having beers and we talking about the white man. That's you. You stuck in a country that you got to worry about the white man. Stop acting like those of us who have left because of the white man. No, we didn't. I mean, not at all, not one thought. Now, when it comes to the benefits of not having to deal with racism on certain levels, yeah, racism, yes, but racism in the United States can come from several cultures. So when we left if a person leaves because of racism, they don't want to deal with racism from whites. They don't want to deal with racism from Latin, Asian, or any group. So when they say racism, it's not just a white man, it's from any group. So from those that left because of racism, that's from any group that try to stand against you because of your color or your culture. But to sit around like y'all do, talking about the white man, this white man, that's white. Dude, Don't nobody talk like you. Dude, when you leave America, bruh, you gonna realize a lot of the stuff that Americans talk about is for America. It's for America. Don't none of us be sitting around talking about Black history shit. We do not be sitting around in other countries talking about some damn Harriet Tubman, and we'll be talking about the oppressive behavior in the history of the slave ships. You don't be talking about that. Don't y'all crazy, bruh. When you leave America, it's almost like a whole new language of English that Black people drop off. I didn't say pick up. I said you drop that shit off right at customs. All them complaints that you have as a Black people, all that, I gotta learn the history, my own culture, my own people. You drop that shit right off at customs. Because you want to learn everybody's history now. You ain't just trying to learn Black history. You trying to learn every country history that you go to. All that the white man, the white woman, Karens. Don't nobody talk about no damn Karens in other countries. Nobody be talking about no damn Karens in other countries. That is an American thing. You leave that shit right in customs. Bam. They trying to hold me back. You leave that in customs. That, dude, it's so much language that you leave in customs when you leave America. Bruh. You don't talk like that when you outside the States. That's y'all asses. And y'all swear that we talk and we think like y'all and we move like y'all, and off camera, we act like y'all. I talk about the white man on this channel to make a point to an American Black audience. But off camera, I never talk about the white man. I may talk about the white man to Andrea, say, in the United States, the white man. But other than that, dude, never. I'm sitting around having a cigar in a sports bar, and me and Will sitting up here wasting our time talking about some damn white man. Man, y'all crazy. That's y'all. Y'all sit in the United States having beers and cigars and brandy and talking about what the white man doing to y'all. That's your language. That is not our language. All Black people are not the same. Y'all talk about the white man all day. We don't ever. I tell y'all how much we don't talk about the white man. We get pissed at you dudes that come over here talking about the white man. All y'all want to come over here talk about oppression and the white man. Hey, bro, you might as well take that back to the States, bro. You might as well get back on the next plane. We didn't fly all the way to enjoy our lives in DR to talk about the white man. We didn't relocate to Panama to be talking about no dang white man. We did not move to Brazil. We sit up here on the beach just enjoying ourselves, enjoying our mojitos, and we were in Brazil having a good time. And here you go, you fresh off the plane, and you talking about the white man. Hey, bruh, you might as well get back on that plane, bruh. If you want to talk about the white man, take that back to the United States, bruh. We do not want dudes like you around us. Some of you dudes gonna be pissed when you leave America and you start complaining about the white man and don't nobody want to feed off into that bullshit no more. Some of us have been talking about the white man for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. Don't nobody want to talk about that ish no more, bruh. I am finally free. And I'm not about to sit around and talk about the white man, and I don't live in a country where I'm being oppressed by the white man no more. That's why I don't hang out with them Pan-African brothers that come down here to Colombia. Because all they want to talk about is the progression of Black people. Cool. But they want to use it by way of talking about how the white man in Colombia or the white man in the state. But I don't hang out with you motherfuckers. I don't hang out with y'all at all. You can wear your dashikis, cool. You can wear your beanies with the African colors, cool. Your dashikis, cool, bruh. I'm with you, bruh. I'm with you. Just stay the fuck away from me. Keep it pushing, bruh. Keep it pushing. I'm about to waste the rest of my life listening to what you knuckleheads got to say about the white man, and I don't live in a white country. And even if I was in Europe, it's a different type of white. And Europeans go through their ups and downs with the immigrants of African blacks, not African Americans. I had a couple of times when I was in Europe, as soon as they discovered I was American, completely different conversations, completely different how they treated me. But for the split second they thought I was African, eyebrows was up like, no, not African. Oh, that's a brother from the States. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing? Oh my God, he's a brother. He's a black guy from the States. Hippity hip hop. Hip hop parade. Oh, hey, oh. Shout out to Chaos Rain in the building. Yeah, me and Will don't be sitting around talking about no white man all day. Yeah, that's y'all in the States. I'm sorry, man. He said these pro-black folks never take accountability for what that had done or they've done. They blame it on the white man. I know, right? Yeah, they lost. They lost, brethren. They lost. He said, my brother says this, Andrew said, I live in a majority white conservative area in Florida Panhandle. Shout out to the Panhandle. He said, they are actually happy I'm traveling to other countries, mostly white people. Bruh, I went through the same thing. My white coworkers that traveled, they understood me. My black coworkers, especially the sisters, they had an attitude that your boy was traveling. But the white people can relate. Oh, I've been there before. That's a great region. It's a great location, guy. Have you ever been to the city of? Well, the next time you go, make sure you go to. White people giving me advice. Latin people giving me advice. Black people who knew I was traveling, man, they thought I was the uppity Negro. They thought I didn't know what I was doing. But the white and the Latins, I ain't gonna lie. They did show your boy some love at work. That's true. He said, come on the rant. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Jay. Let's go back to the video. Let me shut my mouth for a while.
Taking this. This tastes so good. I just can't waste it.
3, fear of missing out. Just simply not being able to be around your family and your friends for events and certain type of, if you believe in holidays still and you enjoy that, you have to catch a flight. Everything, catch a flight. And if you already have a hard time traveling just to travel, you're not going to want to do that. And I don't do that every year. So that's a big one. Fear of missing out is going to be huge when it comes to Black Americans just feeling like, nah, I'll pass on that. If they could bring their whole family with them, different scenario. A lot of people can't do that. Where are we at? Fourth thing is probably going to be just our spiritual soul tie to America. A lot of us.
Oh, that's how we're wording programming. That's the new way of you use the word being programmed. We're not programmed to stay in America. It's a spiritual soul tie. It's a spiritual soul tie to America. That's why we don't leave. We're not programmed. We're just spiritually soul tied. Okay.
Our ancestry runs deep here. So with that, you have to understand we have a soul tie to this land. Even though we've been persecuted for years, even though we've had, that thing that's been on our back for hundreds of years, we still have soul ties here. And that's powerful when you talk about spirituality and etc. Some people don't feel comfortable going anywhere else. They don't even feel comfortable traveling there, let alone staying there. That soul tie thing is big. In fact, that might be like number 1 for real. Black Americans. All right, so number 5. It's really going to be your fear of leaving one racist country and going to another one. Might even be even more racist. even more. Think about a place like France. They don't even like Americans. So now you bring your black American self over there. Nah.
I had a great time in France. And it's not that, here's the part. Black Americans always think that everything centers around race. If you know anything about France, they either like you or they don't. France is one of the few countries that is globally known for not liking no damn body. If you have a good time in France, great. But if you have a bad time in France, there are 50 white people that can validate the same thing that you said as a black woman or black man. French don't like nobody. Remember a couple months ago, we were no, this was last year. We talking about the passport sisters in Europe, and they were talking about, yeah, when I was in Italy, and they were being racist towards me, and I had to walk off the curve. And then when I went to a restaurant, I was just standing there, and nobody spoke to me. And then I showed you a white woman who had visited Italy too around the same time, and she said, I noticed the Italians don't know how to move out of the way on the streets. And I had to walk off the curb. And I noticed that when you were at a restaurant in Italy, that you have to basically ask for service. They don't automatically look at you and say, can I help you? The black girl thought it was racist. The white girl who experienced the exact same thing realized it was just part of the culture. All right, sexy boo. You ever see your card? It's on my card. Hold on. Mrs. Spence, hold on, Mrs. Spence. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. You want to open it? Like that? Okay, cool. All right. I know, right? That's how I was feeling. Seriously. That's how I was feeling. Since we also tied South America, and the Americans, but that's neither here nor there. I'm with you. I'm with you with that one, Deep Soul. Mellow Yellow says, Mellow Life says this. He said, I always says black women are the most racist in America for everything. Seriously, because everything is not race. Everything is just. But that's a good point that my brother just said. No Limit says PTSD, post-traumatic segregation disorder. Feel bad for our peeps. That's true, bro. That's the truth. That kind of confirms what my brother Mello just said.
That's not going to be it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work well. Okay? So that's another thing. I say even that's kind of like a two-part thing. So you have a fear of the racism in the new country that you want to live in. And then we as black Americans are just not as well-traveled as we should be as a collective. And I'm not saying that people don't travel. People travel, of course. But as a collective, there are certain places we go to and certain places we're not even thinking about. Right now, bet money, you don't know a black American who just decided they wanted to go to Russia just because.
Tell me why I low-key don't trust the white creators on this app that are like fear-mongering people of color and black people and telling them, if you want to leave this country because this country's going to shit, this is the time to leave now. How do we know that you're not like trying to like seem like you're on our side when you're really not? You're really just trying to push us out the country. Like, how do we know you're not a part of the bad agenda and like you're faking it? Am I? Oh, is this a reach? Because I.
Sister said, hey, y'all might be trying to get us out of the country so y'all could take over the country. Sis, they already have authority in the country. Hey, sis, whether you go or whether you stay, they still got authority. What are you talking about? You just talking to be talking. If you stay, they still got the upper hand in the States. If you leave, they still got the upper hand in the States. Your staying or leaving should benefit you as an individual. Get y'all cousin, get y'all auntie. Somebody get your auntie. What is she talking about? He say she crazy. No American is advised to go to Russia right now. That's absolutely correct. They just reaching. They just saying stuff to be saying it. Will, the first sister and this sister.
Looking at those videos like, no, staying right here.
Have you ever wondered why black people never left America regardless of the pain they've endured for hundreds of years?
Fleas are placed inside the jar and the lid is then
This black people in America
sealed. They are left undisturbed for 3 days. Then, when the jar is opened, the fleas will not jump out. In fact, the fleas will never jump higher than the level set by the lid. Their behavior is now set for the rest of their lives.
Thank you, black people. You have been officially flea trained. You have been officially flea trained.
And when these fleas reproduce, their offspring will automatically follow their example. This is how generational trauma truly works.
I don't think this is the end of black people. I think this is the end of America as we know it. I think that these people are so full of hatred and racism that they are actually have ruined their country. And they have allowed this leader of theirs to ruin the country. So I actually believe that there is going to be a major change and we are going to come out better on the other side. They are going to suffer more than we are going to suffer, believe it or not. Because one thing is that we are people that are resilient and are used to resisting and are in some ways sadly prepared for the struggle.
Yeah.
And you have these white folks not at all prepared to struggle. They're not even aware of how they've ruined things. They really are so on this fantasy about like the Civil War, a war which they lost, and they're going to lose again. But they have, it's like a fantasy of we're going to wipe all of you out and we're going to take our country back. And the country can't function with them anyway. No, just them, period. I mean, it's impossible for it to function. And I'm seeing the demise of them. And most of them believe that this leader of theirs is there for them.
Yeah.
And he's not for white people. White supremacy is not for poor white people.
No.
It is not for middle class white people.
No.
It doesn't exist for them. But we're seeing all the things, but a lot of them aren't getting it yet.
Right.
I just want to understand this mindset. So you want to be patriotic to a country that you built and have seen no wealth, no return on your investment from.
Some of my international folks, y'all think black people like America? No. Now we built this mug, but we don't like this mug. No. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's only two type of black people that like America. One, you was in the military and you fought for this mug. Or two, you cooning, you trying to get $1 off of this mug. The only time I've been called American is when I was outside of America.
I've said that 1,000 times. There will be millions of black people that will live and will die, never knowing what it's like to be an American, to be treated like an American, to be seen as an American, to be respected or even disrespected because you're American. Never experience it. Never. I don't care how many 4th of Julys they do in their lifetimes. I don't care how many Memorial Days they have, how many times they honor the veterans on Veterans Day. I don't care how many times you had a President's Day off work. You will never, ever know what it's like to be an American until you leave America. I'm an American. No, you're not. No, you're not. I said experience. I didn't say be an American. Of course, you are an American. I said the experience of being American. You will never, nobody can tell you. You've got to experience it for yourself. Some of you guys are okay with it. Hey, I'll just experience America inside of America. I'm cool with that. But for all you guys that think that you know what it's like to be an American, especially Black folks, you don't know a thing about being or the feeling of being treated as an American until you leave America. That will never happen in America, ever. It hasn't happened in 400 plus years, and it won't happen. I don't care how many flags and cowboy hats you wear. I don't care how many pickup trucks you got. I don't care how much snuff you put in your cheek. I don't care if you're a cowboy or if you're a city slicker. None of y'all, none of us, male, female, child, will ever know what it's like to be treated and talked to and respected or even disrespected because you are American until you leave America and go to another country and see how they walk up to you and see how they talk to you. It's completely different dance. Completely different dance. And I can't describe it for you. I'm sorry. There is no book that can be written. There is no song that can be sung. There is no advice that can be given. There is no prayer to be prayed. You will have to experience it for yourself to know what I just said. Until then, it's going to be millions upon millions of you Americans, Black Americans especially, that will never know what it's like to be an American, even though you were born, raised, and will die in America. And that's probably the saddest narrative for Black people that I can imagine right now. That's the saddest narrative. He said, that's so true. You are treated better as a Black American overseas. He said, no, he wrong. Military people don't think highly of America as he thinks. Yes, a lot of military folks that put themselves in position and they left. Shout out to all you military guys, Will. He said, we respect American people. Absolutely correct, man.
You think they respect me as an American? No. You must not watch the news. Now, many people often question, why don't Black people leave? I got two answers for you right now. I got two answers. One is the basic one, which is uprooting yourself from all that you've ever known is difficult, and it's a hard process. Two is we've been educated institutionally and socially to dislike where we come from as Black people. We've been told lies on what Africa looked like and how they feel about us. That's why I yell it so loud.
That's another misconception. Man, they are giving me gems to work with. Black America, do me a favor. Get out of that mindset of thinking that the only place that you can go to and enjoy Blackness is Africa. Soon as somebody say, well, you can leave to a Black person, y'all automatically run to the continent of Africa. You can experience that same level of Blackness in many countries that are not on the continent of Africa. just because they don't have as many blacks as Africa doesn't mean you can't experience. You can go to Brazil, 113 million black people. Don't tell me you can't experience blackness and not being in Brazil. Colombia, 13% of this country, just like 13% of the United States is black. Panama. Don't tell me that you can't go to Belize. Stop acting like the only country that you can go to, including the UK, you can experience it. Portugal has a humongous black, even American black expat community. Stop believing the narrative of if I leave America, the only continent I want to go to or place I want to be in is Africa. If it is, so be it. But don't say that because you were brainwashed to say that. Don't say that because you were brainwashed. The first thing that comes out of Black America's mouth is a continent of Africa. That is not the only continent that exists that you as a black person can really thrive. Is Africa amazing? Yes. Would you want to go back to visit or live? Yes. Is it the only? No. It's not the only.
Say it with me. Black is African.
This is not a political post, but you know how people are always saying if you don't like it, then you can leave? Well, people are, and in rapidly increasing numbers. As you can see, this article reports that there's been a 102% increase in people who have elected for the expat lifestyle, meaning people who are leaving America to go reside in different countries. And the article goes on to cite a few key reasons for this. The main elements being socioeconomic factors that make it difficult and more expensive to live on a daily basis, gun violence and the lack of action to reduce it, and as expected.
Oh, I like this. We're going to bring this back. Let's let this brother come back, what he got to say. I like this. Raymond Shepard. Welcome to the channel, Mr. Raymond Shepard. Glad to see you're here. Welcome to the family. Dude, you are always crying about the white man. You got the wrong channel. You know how many times that we've had a live stream shut down on this channel for just mentioning the white man? You know why I have to say it with a K? Because if I say it the way that you guys can say it, YouTube quite often, the guys who've been here on this channel can tell you, they will shut this live stream down if I talk about somebody other than the white man. So that's why I start using it with a K. But you don't know that, Mr. Shepard. So welcome to the channel. You are always crying about the white man and crying American. No, I don't. You are on Alphabet YouTube making your money. Just like the white man, just like the Asian man, just like the Latin man. Use the American economy. But wait a minute, I thought y'all told me my ancestors built this country and I could take advantage of the American. Wait a minute. What? So when I left, the ancestor part doesn't work. So the ancestor part only works when you stay. Mr. Shepard. So as long as as long as I am there on the plantation, I can use the American economy. But you don't tell that to the white man. Because Mr. Shepard, you don't go to the white man YouTube channel and tell the white man who's moved to another country, he can't use the American economy. Right? If you have, put some receipts in the comment section for us. We'll go to those channels. All you got to do is just put down the channel. We'll go to that channel and we'll look at the comment section and see if you've ever said anything to the white man. Or even more, the white corporations that use American dollars. the white companies that have left America and drain your dollars as Americans and will send it to their headquarters in other countries. Come on, Mr. Shepard. Because y'all always want to run to black content creators and say stuff to black content creators that you wouldn't dare say to the white man that you love so much. Andre over there talking about us, boss. Andre and Love Crossing Borders, they's over there talking about us. They's over there talking about us, boss. Boss, they's using the American dollars. Yes, they is. They over there talking. They still using the American citizenship, and they's over there using Mr. Gilmore. They are still using the American passport. That's how you sound, Mr. Shepard. That's how you sound. Just because you love the white man, oh yes you do. Oh yes you do. And you mad because I got something to say about the white man plantation. And because I sat back and I follow the pattern of the white man and the white corporations. And the white man still using American dollars and the white corporations still using American dollars. But when I do it, instead of you know who never complains about me using American dollars? The white man. I ain't never had, in 7 years of doing live streams and being on YouTube, never had one white man come on this channel and say, Andre, you need to stop using the American dollar. I haven't had one white corporation say, you know what, hey, we're not going to sponsor you guys. You're using the American dollar. It's always one of you brothers, Mr. Shepard. So it's always one of y'all. Y'all the only ones that fuss because y'all ain't doing it. And you know who I ain't never heard give a comment about this like this? A brother that's traveling. I ain't never heard him complain. I've never heard us, even the Passport Sisters, complain on this channel. Andre, you talking about the American dollar and American people and America. I have an American audience, bruh. I've got people from around the world. I talk about Australia and how it's westernized. I talk about the UK. I talk about Canada just as much as I talk about America. Why don't you talk about the Canadian white man? Why don't you talk about Andre? Why don't you stop talking about the Canadian white man? Because since you're gonna defend white men, go ahead and defend them all, bruh. Because I talk about them all. I talk about how the white man smell. I talk about how he don't brush his teeth, how he don't take a shower or a bath enough. I talk about the white man when he come down here to Colombia in flip-flops and tube socks. I talk about the white man when he thinks that he can come to other countries and just because he's white, he ain't supposed to get robbed and drugged like everybody else. I talk about the white man too. I got white men that watch this channel. And then none of them ever told me, Andre, no, you shouldn't be saying that about us. How come you brothers always want to come on here and defend the white man, but the white man who watch us don't never come on here and defend themselves? They watch and they laugh and they send super chats and they be like, you know, you're right. Every time you turn around, each one of you Shuckle Drive and Mr. Gilmore, Mr. Gilmore's plantation, dancing for the white man and the white corporations. You need to stop talking about the white man. You need to stop. If you leave in America, why you using American money? Tell that to the white man first. I'm gonna tell y'all, like I always say, the day the white man stop using American dollar when he out of the country, the day the white man stop taking advantage of his passport while he's out of the country, the day the white corporations stop draining Americans' dollars and sending them over to their headquarters in other countries, hey, that's the day I stop using my citizenship and the U.S. dollar and the advantages of being a U.S. citizen. How about we do that? How about we do that? Once your white masters stop using Americanness, I'll stop using Americanness. Right? That's only fair. You know, I'm from Detroit. Fair exchange ain't never been no robbery is our theme. Fair exchange ain't never been no robbery. So when your white masters on your white plantation with white corporations stop using them, draining American dollars and using it in other countries, hey, sounds like a good idea. I'll do it too. But until then, Mr. Shepherd, I suggest you just sit back, relax. Because this episode actually been centered around Americans in general. I mentioned to you guys earlier, I don't live in America. It is not my job to just focus on Black Americans. I focus on everybody. I help everybody. Everybody. And if you want to listen, cool. But we're not going to, secondly and lastly, we don't do back and forth banters. I give you one comment when you troll it. Per troll, in other words. If you want to know the rule of this channel, you get one comment per troll. After that, I don't read no more of your comments. So you can drop 50 comments. They'll never get read. They'll never get read. They'll never make it to light. Don't nobody care what you got to say. So this is your one comment where you can troll. Anything else you got to say, nobody give a damn. Mr. Shepherd, these lights got to go out. Cut these cameras off and studio sound effects and monitors and computers and all these lights. They go off. Guess what? You still stuck in that bullshit, not me. You still got to get up in the morning, got to deal with them gas prices and that unhealthy food. Not me. You got to deal with them divorce laws, child support laws, and every other law they got in the United States. Not me. And that goes for Canada. That goes for Australia. That goes for New Zealand. That goes for UK. When these lights go off, I ain't got to deal with none of them laws in the UK. None of them. I don't have to deal with none of them Australian laws, Australian racism, none of that. That's you, bruh. So all that crying you doing in the name of trolling, you can keep that to yourself, bruh. Here's what I suggest you do. I'm telling you this out of love. Take your ass to a white channel that give a fuck about what you're talking about. Because this black male channel, we give less than a fuck about what you're talking about. Because you sound like a dude that don't travel. You've never lived in another country as of late. Because some of y'all lived in another country about 5-10 years ago when you was in the military and you think you know some shit. No, if you was in the military 10 years ago, countries have changed. That's why I say as of late. That's why I don't give you guys who lived in another country when you was in the military and you act, oh, I lived in Germany. Yeah, motherfucker. But Germany don't look like that. It's been 10 years. There's been some changes in Germany. It's been 15 years since you was in the military in Germany. Well, I know the Philippines. Why? I used to live in dude, how long ago was you in the Philippines? 17 years ago. Motherfucker, the Philippines has changed since 17 years ago. So I don't even give military dudes grace. If your shit is like 10, 15 years, 30 years ago, you used to live in Thailand. Now if you don't sit your ass down somewhere, tell me I used to live in Thailand. That Thailand don't even exist no more. Motherfuckers was instead of Uber, they was using carts. Motherfuckers just jump on the back of a cart with a donkey in Thailand back then. That was the Uber. The hell, if you don't take your ass back, you need to get some sleep because you know Mr. Gilmore want to put your ass to work tomorrow morning. American dollar and use the American influence and power. Man, you crying to the wrong crowd, bruh. Take your ass over there to some white dudes channel that, you know, them channels that give a damn about what you talking about. The channel that's red, white, and blue, or Canadian channels, or whatever off the wall country you living in right now. And nobody give a damn about what you're talking about. Y'all come over on black channels and troll black channels because y'all always think that black men are not intellectual enough to be able to respond to this. And y'all think that most black men are going to respond to this with emotions and not logic, insight, or intelligence. You think that we're going to be like, oh man, F you. No. Them niggas. This is a black male channel. This is not a nigga channel. Black males are on this channel. So you need to either go to a white male channel or a nigga channel, but this is not the channel for you, brother. I'm sorry. And Mr. Shepherd, if you're a white dude, you should know better. You should know better. Because you know your white counterparts have been using the American dollar, American influence, and American power to keep America strong while in other countries. America has always taken its resources and dispersed it to other countries to become strong, become stronger as a dollar. American dollar is not only strong because it's used in America, it's also strong because the American dollar is used as the petrodollar around the world. So if you are a white dude, you know that the petrodollar keeps the American dollar strong, not the American consumer's dollar. Not just the American dollar spent at home. But if you're a black man, yeah, you need to take your ass over to nigga channels. Yeah, there's a plenty. Hey, if you need for us to give you some suggestions of nigga channels, we can't help you. We only deal with black male channels. So, but if you need a good old fashioned nigga channel, I know they out there. Or if you need you a white channel that's gonna cater to your needs, Mr. Shepherd, you can do that. But this is a black male group of intelligentsia men channel. We have women that come on this channel. We have families that come on this channel. We've got white men that come on this channel. And none of us are stupid enough to fall for your narrative. None of us. So now you know what type of audience this is. You can either come on, sit back, keep your mouth shut, or go to another channel. Like I said, this is the one time you get to troll. This is it. This is it. Other than actually, let's do this. I'll show you how well you get to troll. See, your last comment just got deleted. Boom, bam, it's gone. See, you got one comment. That's the one right here. And anything else you say, it just basically get deleted. We didn't delete you. I didn't block you, but we just don't want to hear your bullshit. Now, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Back to our regular scheduled program. You see how it doesn't take any emotions or getting mad at somebody. It's just what it is, what it is.
Say it with me. Black is African.
This is not a political post. But you know how people are always saying, if you don't like it, then you can leave? Well, people are. And in rapidly increasing numbers. As you can see, this article reports that there's been a 102% increase in people who have elected for the expat lifestyle, meaning people who are leaving America to go reside in different countries. And the article goes on to cite a few key reasons for this. The main elements being socioeconomic factors that make it difficult and more expensive to live on a daily basis, gun violence and the lack of action to reduce it, and as expected, the increasing political polarization that exists within America. And it's important to note that other countries throughout the world are taking notice of this escalating trend, and they're putting together programs to recruit American professionals to their countries, likely to increase their GDP. I think this will be an interesting trend to monitor and see how it changes over the next few years, especially as this becomes a more realistic lifestyle choice.
Public service announcement: if you live in America, you need to get the fuck up out of there. Have you seen The Handmaid's Tale? Or have you lost it, mate? America is basically like Earth's version of hell. The healthcare, the food, the tax, the lack of personal time off, the culture, the gun crime, the the president. Leave! It's bad. No, guys, it's actually really bad for you lot. Like, if you live in America, bro, you need to get out. Please. For your own good, for your own.
Now, even though I posted what she had to say, I don't agree with somebody from another country trying to tell us what to do. I posted her because it wasn't like she lied. Let's put it like this. It wasn't like she lied. However, what we do as citizens, that ain't none of her business. That's like us telling somebody from UK, you need to leave the UK. That ain't none of our business. That's none of our business. Mr. Shepherd, would I like to get blocked? Because, this guy's just itching to block you, but we're going to let you have fun tonight. But we won't be responding to any of your comments. But they will get deleted. They will get deleted.
Safety, you need to leave.
Y'all can't park right here.
And this is for every single person who likes to argue with me in my comments about why I chose to leave America and live abroad. It doesn't even matter what country you're going to. You can go to Western Europe, you can be in Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, you can go to Africa, you can go to Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, you can go to Asia, anywhere. It is way better than fucking living in America dealing with this kind of shit.
Black folks are leaving this country like in mass. They're going to Mexico. They're going to Panama. They're going to Costa Rica. They're going to Lisbon. They're going all over Africa. They're leaving.
Yeah.
Cause this ain't it.
No, this is not
I got a 5-year plan too.
I believe
Eventually, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Where you trying to go?
I don't know yet.
All right, let me know.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm still gonna be. I'm bopping around.
Yeah.
I'm bopping around trying to figure it out. I'm going to Africa for the first time this year.
I don't think no emus over there.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
All right.
But I'll be looking.
All right, let me know.
I'll be looking for them. I'm afraid of what I might adopt. Okay.
Right.
I'm afraid of what I might come home with.
America, it still has so many issues just when it, revolves around race. That's the reason I first started traveling. I had to go. It was mandatory for me. For me, I was just trying to find some peace, even where I was living at this certain time, they had just, somebody from a tree, not too far away from where I was at, and it was on the news, and it was a black man, and I said, I remember that. And I said, and they said there was no cameras. I'm like, but they also said it was right outside a police station. I'm like, how is my issue was a bit different, as I was tired of, America's constant hatred towards the melanated man. And, it came to a point where I, got extremely sick, due to this. I couldn't think straight. I was working and I was having issues going to sleep. I was constantly on high alert because I was thinking that at any point in time, I might have to do something to somebody because I'm not one of these people that just go down without a fight. And there was so much press and so much issues at this current time about maybe, 5.5 years ago that I just said, you know what? Anything's better than here. Anything's better than here.
What words of encouragement do you have for America's youth?
Leave.
Oh, please.
Leave. America is one big homeowners association. You can't even go to Canada because that's about to be America too. So you got to find somewhere else to go for a little while and give it a generation.
Thanks for those words.
I don't say that to be pessimistic. I say it to hopefully activate people into seeing what's going on.
You literally told the nation's youth that they should leave and flee the country.
They should. They should.
Thank you, everyone. This is Roywood Jr.
Another reason why a lot of Americans are ditching the U.S. and moving to Asia is the peace of mind and the lifestyle differences. We didn't just move here for price differences. We moved here for peace. Back home in the States, we felt like we were always in survival mode. And a girl is tired. I'm exhausted. Here we feel safe, supported, and that we finally have space to breathe. There's such a strong sense of community here. People greet you, they smile, and they genuinely care. It's hard to put a price tag on
What is really going on? Why is so many people getting dual citizenship and getting passports in other countries?
Before he goes any further with that, this is the foundation of what I wanted guys to take away from this episode. If you are a person that right now you can't make it outside of the United States, there is something that you can do right now, even before you leave the United States. And that is to apply for dual citizenship. There are countries on the continent of Africa that will allow you to get your second citizenship and you haven't even stepped on its soil, just because you are the descendants of slaves. Now, you might say, well, why would I do that? And I may not want to visit that country, because it still belongs to you. It's your property. You've got whites that are Sicilian, right? That have never been to Sicily, but they've got dual citizenship. They've got an Italian passport and an American passport. You got Africans. Let me go this route. You got brothers that are and sisters that are from the Caribbeans. They don't plan on going back home anytime too soon, maybe a couple times here and there, but they still have their Caribbean passport and the American passport. In other words, if the passport is available for you to get and citizenship is there available for you to get it. Especially if it's set up in a way that is done electronically and you don't even have to necessarily go to the country to get it. Get it. We're going to talk about this month how to apply for dual citizenship in countries that will allow you to. This whole episode was about citizenship. You don't necessarily have to leave. The goal right now that most people are going for is not just relocation, but they're also going for citizenship. If all fails, if only just for you, you still have another passport that you can lean on, or another country where you can buy land on. Let's say you can't afford to buy land in the United States, but you can afford to buy land in another country. You can afford to build in that other country and to make money off of whatever you built in that other country. You may not be able to afford to start that American dream business in America like you wanted to, but in that other country, when you have citizenship, you may be able to afford to build what you want to. A lot of times we just sit back and it's either or. Either I'm in America only and my citizenship is American only, or I guess I got to renounce my citizenship. That's not true for most countries. So it's time for us to take this so-called passport bro, black men expats, black woman traveling movement to the next level and go for citizenships now. Getting a visa is cool. Visiting a country is cool. But now you want to start collecting passports, bruh. Let's continue on.
Number one, if we're going to be very honest, the days of America being the great country that it once was, those days have passed. I think the most important trade for the next 5 years is understanding what country and what cities are going to thrive internationally to be ahead of the curve. Kind of like how we did with Market Mondays. Like before Market Mondays came out, there was no one black that did a weekly show about investing and trading. And then it made a pathway, right? So when I start seeing quality of life, let's just take Mexico. Food is better, quality of life is better. Contrary outside of the cartel rural lands feel safer. You feel more welcomed there. And it's a lot of infrastructure being placed there. I think because of COVID revealed a lot and the economy is not as strong as it should be, I think it would be a mistake over the next 5 years to not look to have another country as a backup plan or a hedge to be able to thrive.
Here are 6 benefits to having dual citizenship. Number 1, travel. Being able to travel to each other's countries without a visa. Number 2, being allowed to vote in both countries. Number 3, being able to study in the education systems in both countries. Number 4, easier to get employment in both countries. Number 5, property ownership, which can also lead to investment opportunities. Number 6, cultural and family enrichment.
On abroad, yeah? You see, unlike black Americans who are from America, so it's like their parents are from America, yeah? If you're from the UK or Europe in general, you have an advantage that they don't have. Most of the time, our parents come from somewhere else, yeah? So we have the opportunity to get a dual citizenship. Where I think a lot of guys go wrong is they tether themselves to the UK. It's the UK or nothing. I don't think you understand how advantageous it is to have a second citizenship or a second passport. You shouldn't lean on the British passport or the British citizenship too much. I remember years ago, what was her name? Shamima Begum, I think her name was. Was that? Yeah. And she was involved in the terrorism and whatnot. And I remember there was that case where they took away her citizenship or something like that. Now, I'm never going to get involved in terrorism, right? But that little situation made me feel a little bit uneasy, because to see someone's citizenship get yanked away like that, it made me think you never know what could happen. Set up a bank account abroad. Yeah. Do you know how many times my cards in the UK have been dead and I just make a phone call and get money sent to that account? I've been on holiday and my cards have been dead. And I've made a phone call and the money got sent to my account. And don't touch that money. When you get your bank account abroad, yeah, do not touch it. Every little spare change you have, forget buying Lebanese grill, forget going out to drink, even forget a date once in a while, yeah? Use that money and just keep sending it to that account over there. And I promise you, my brother, when you're in bad times, when you're on your face, when nothing's making sense anymore, and you look in that account, bro, you'll smile. Do you understand? There's times I've been on my face and then I click and I realize, hold on, I've got money. Because I didn't touch that money for years.
How's the visa situation? What kind of paperwork do you need to go and enter different countries? Because I'm seeing you like in very many different places.
So I have a US passport.
Jesus Christ. How? Like, how many countries do you think you've visited?
I visited 20 countries. It would be like 22 if some of the countries I went to were not owned by other countries.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're almost like territories. So
like which ones?
So, like, for example, the US Virgin Islands is like owned by the US.
Okay.
Aruba is owned by the Netherlands.
Aruba is owned by the Netherlands?
Yeah, they didn't even stamp my passport. It's so sad. I just got a new passport and I'm trying to get my stamps up.
Like, you're just fast.
Yeah, all these places I visited this year, like, no stamps. I got my passport stamped in Kenya. That's my first.
If you are a black or brown U.S. citizen and you want to make sure you have a second passport just in case it literally hits the fan, this is the easiest passport and citizenship that you may already qualify for. Many countries in West Africa are hosting initiatives to bring the diaspora back home. And Benin is one of the most recent countries hopping on this trend with their My Afro Origins program. All what you need is a DNA test that shows proof that you have African lineage. You can use your DNA test results from Ancestry DNA to support your application. Once you have your proof, you apply through the My Afro Origins website. And once you submit that application, it only takes you 3 months to get your passport and citizenship. Once you get approved, you get access to an ECOWAS passport, which gives you access to almost all the West African countries. That include Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, and Ivory Coast. You may have heard that Ghana has a similar program called the Right to Abode, but this process requires you to have a Ghanaian sponsor and some kind of proof that you are benefiting the local economy. Benin is by far the easiest route to getting a second passport. I mean, Sierra just got her Benin passport, and it's one.
Let's go back. Let's bring that beat back.
program called the Right to Abode. But this process requires you to have a Ghanaian sponsor and some kind of proof that you are benefiting the local economy. Benin is by far the easiest route to getting a second passport. I mean, Sierra just got...
Come on now. Shout out to Sierra. Let's show some love to Sierra. It's not hard to do. A lot of times we think that is difficult. You got to go to that country in order to get it. Not necessarily always. You got to spend so many months per year in that country. Not necessarily always. So we're going to be doing some homework and some research on these particular dual citizenships that are available to descendants of slaves. Some of you are eligible or even European based off of your ancestry DNA. Some of you are eligible for European passports. And yet you're too busy listening to people in the United States telling you that the only passport you need is US. Like I started to show off with, if America was closing down like a Kmart, Black people will be the last person to turn out the lights. We're always the last ones because a lot of times we wait for everybody else to succeed or fail before we try. Will says they've got an embassy in New York. Ghana is very open to dual citizenship. He said, I know many of them. So definitely, guys, we're going to be talking about this on a regular basis, step by step throughout this month, as we also talk about the Afro-Colombian Festival that's coming up next month and the Black Manosphere Conclave that's coming up next month. Let's continue on, but shout out to Sierra.
Her Benin passport, and it's one of the most powerful options that you have right now. Your ancestors were taken from this land, so you have the right to go back. If this series helped you, comment passport below and I'll send you my free list of countries that you can move to. You're not trapped in the US. You never were. You just didn't know your options. Now you do. Now what are you gonna do with it?
It is now easier than ever for Black Americans to get dual citizenship in Africa because of this new law. Benin has granted citizenship to any slave descendants as of December 2024, and this is how you can apply. In order to be eligible for this program, you have to be at least 18 years old. You cannot hold any citizenship in a country in Africa currently, and you must show proof that you are a descendant of someone from the slave trade. So this can be through documentation. This can also be through any DNA tests that are approved by the country. And what this program will grant you is a 3-year passport for Benin. If you're an American, the Benin passport is not going to be nearly as strong. However, it will grant you visa-free access to Cuba and Cape Verde, which you can't currently access visa-free with an American.
Wow. Wow. For all you Cape Verde dudes, for all you Cuba dudes, for all you guys that want to visit Cuba, but you can't because of America, and the American passport, for all you dudes that's trying to get into Cape Verde without having to apply for a visa. Come on now. We love Cuba, bruh. I'm telling you, beautiful people, beautiful attitude. I'm telling you. And you can use your Ancestry.com, Ancestry, DNA 123, whichever ones that are out there. He said, run that back, Dre. Oh, yes, I will. I got you, brother. I will run that back for you.
This requires you to have a Ghanaian sponsor and some kind of proof that you are benefiting the local economy. Benin is by far the easiest route to getting a second passport. I mean, Sierra just got her Benin passport, and it's one of the most powerful options that you have right now. Your ancestors were taken from this land, so you have the right to go back. If this series helped you, comment passport below and I'll send you my free list of countries that you can move to. You're not trapped in the US. You never were. You just didn't know your options. Now you do. Now what are you going to do with it?
It is now easier than ever for Black Americans to get dual citizenship in Africa because of this new law. Benin has granted citizenship to any slave descendants as of December 2024, and this is how you can apply. In order to be eligible for this program, you have to be at least 18 years old. You cannot hold any citizenship in a country in Africa currently, and you must show proof that you are a descendant of someone from the slave trade. So this can be through documentation. This can also be through any DNA tests that are approved by the country. And what this program will grant you is a 3-year passport for Benin. If you're an American, the Benin passport is not going to be nearly as strong. However, it will grant you visa-free access to Cuba and Cape Verde, which you can't currently access visa-free with an American passport. Like I said, the passport will be valid for 3 years, and afterwards you will have the opportunity to gain citizenship as long as you stay in Benin at least once during that 3-year time period. Even if you're not interested in the strength of the passport, this could be a really great opportunity for investments, to connecting to your heritage, or to just having dual citizenship. After that 3-year period, you will be able to apply for full citizenship. However, with the citizenship, you will not have the right to vote, and you also will not have the right to serve in parliament. And to get more information and to apply to this program, you will have to contact the Benin Embassy, so the information is above. But for more travel news, make sure you hit the follow.
Let's go back. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back.
However, with the citizenship, you will not have the right to vote, and you also will not have the right to serve in parliament. And to get more information and to
Okay, Benin Embassy, contact the. That's the. Okay, let's see. Let's pull that up real quick. Let's see if we can get that together. Because like I said, we're going to be going through this. And if I'm not mistaken, Benin is a French province. Washington at. Let's see. Okay. I'm on the website, but there we go. Need a visa? That's visa. That is the consulate. What no? Let me translate that to English. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys see what I see. I'll let you guys see. Let's do a quick screen share. Yeah, she said Cuba. Yep. You have access to Cuba as well as CV. So this is what we're looking at right now. So this is the embassy, a consular service. So I will have to find out what steps on this website. I might have this set up for us for Tuesday as well, because this right here is the visa, investing in consulate news, national of all African descent. Let's go back. Here we go. Let's go back. Here we go. Here it is. In French, translate to English. How to apply. Since July 2025, you can apply for your citizenship. Whether you live in the United States or else. Let me blow this up a little further. Make this a little larger for us, guys. Let me move me out of the way. Okay, so right here. A new era for you. Dear people of African descent, since July 4th, 2025, a historic door has opened to you. You can now apply for Beninians a citizenship online, so you ain't got to be there. Whether you live in the United States or elsewhere in the world, if you are of African descent, Benin officially extends its hands to you through a unique, simple, secure portal 100% dedicated to this symbolic return to roots. Visit, and this is the website. So I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link to this that they gave. Oh, we're gonna have fun with this, guys. We're gonna also put this in the Patreon. So I'm gonna do the step-by-step process and put it in the Patreon, and I'm going to drop the link to what the page that I'm actually looking at right now. So the actual page that we're looking at on screen right now, I'm going to drop the link. So I've dropped 2 links for you guys. So this is the page that we're looking at right now, and this is this one right here that we visit. You say to embark on your new move. So let's go here. And so right here, this is that website. This website right here. Reconnect. Okay, move this out of the way. Accept. And it walks you step by step. 3 months from the date of notification of your recipient of your complete file. So about 3 months. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Africa Descendants right here. There's more information. Start your application. Boy, y'all on the right channel tonight. You guys are on the right channel tonight. Of course, I'm going to drop this link in here as well, gentlemen. So I want to drop this next link. You guys are on the right channel tonight at the right time. You know us, we like to have receipts on this channel. So it tells you step by step, 1, 2, 3, the process. And then it tells you what to do to start your application. It's $100. Takes 3 months. That's not bad, $100. And then you just start the process with a valid ID, proof of address, proof of occupation, proof of African descent, and a criminal background. That's all they ask for you. Criminal background check. Colombia asks for that. A valid ID could be your passport, proof of your address in the States, proof of your occupation, whatever you do, proof that you're African descent. So that would be your ancestry DNA proof and things like that. And so you would go, bada bing, bada boom, fill out your application and send it out right there. You say initiate your application by filing out the following below. So right here, I will put my name, my email address, and of course, I'll put U.S. citizen because I'm not a citizen of Colombia yet. So I will go down to U.S., scroll down, United States, bada bing, bada boom. And I have officially sent that out to start my process. So I'll be starting mine. You say, hey, Andre, this is Andreas. You say, what is Andre? He said, what is? He said, hey, what this Andre? You are late, bruh. Chaos. I thought you were here the whole time. We are not going backwards for you, bruh. You're going to have to watch the replay. We are at our 4 hour and 42 minutes. So that's where you're going to have to go back to like our. You're going to have to go back to. He say, perfect. Thank you. He said, I'll be starting. So yeah, man, I'm going to get mine. I'm getting mine. I had promised myself that, you know, certain things that I want to have for my birthday this year anyway. This would be a nice little gift to give myself for my birthday. So yeah, man, like I said, those are the 3 things that with the list that you're going to need. Valid ID, which could be your U.S. ID or passport, proof of your address in the States, proof of your or it could be out of the States, it could be anywhere. Proof of your occupation, proof of your African descent, and a criminal background check. He say, thanks, Dre. He say, I love Sierra Leone and Jamaican. I have Sierra Leone and Jamaican descent. I'll look into this one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We doing this as a team. we're doing this as a team. Let me cancel that out because I've already, and it tells you step by step. Here are frequently asked questions. Oh yeah, man. We're actually going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this. We're going to do a whole episode on this step by step on the country, what it's all about, what countries you have access to. So we might do this one, the step by step process. We might do this one on Wednesday. We might do this one. We're going to walk through this step by step Wednesday. We're going to look up the country. We're going to find out more about the country. What countries also do you also have access to by the citizenship? Do I need to be there? I'm going to have all the bells and whistles regarding how to do this. And we're going to walk through the question and answer section as well on Wednesday. So who's eligible, which documents are required. So we're going to walk through all this on Wednesday together. So if you walk through it by yourself, cool. But at least you know on this Wednesday, we're all going to go through all of this together. Shout out to you guys. And another thing is what I did know that one of the ladies is going to mention, you're going to have to translate all your documents into French. So you're going to need to get it translated into French. All right, man. That's great. That is great, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. So let's move that down. And let's add the video back to the
program. You will have to contact the Benin embassy. So the information is above. But for more travel news,
reason why we decided to live overseas. Yeah, taxation. Yeah, cost of living. Yeah, because cost of living was great. You know, I was living like a king in Medellin, Colombia, in perfect weather. Yeah. When I came back, we moved back to be closer to family. When I came back, I put a post on my Facebook page. I said, I miss living like a rich Colombian. This middle class is just for the birds. But that wasn't the key reason why. But the key reason why was because we wanted our children to have dual citizenship. Yeah. So Colombia has a rule where if both parents are there legally, you can have a child in Colombia and they get full citizenship. And then by extension, since we are now parents of a full Colombian citizen, we get long-term residency that we apply to every 5 years. So if things pop off in the United States, we got an option. We can stay or we can go. But at least we have additional options, because when you think about wealth, most wealth isn't financial, but what wealth does provide is freedom and optionality. And
the other thing about what he said, I want to stop for a second. He stated that, and T-Mac can attest to this being a father here in Colombia, that everything that he basically said was correct. The one thing that he didn't say that was correct, he said that you have to reapply for your residency every 5 years. That's not true. What you reapply for is your ID every 5 years. So once you become resident, you never have to file for a visa again. That you got all the rights of Colombia. Like, I'm resident. I can literally apply for Colombian Social Security right now. If I wanted to, I can apply for Social Security and pay off into Social Security benefits for here, as well as I pay for, of course, towards Social Security benefits in the United States, right? So that being said, the only thing that when you're a resident, you never have to apply again. Your next step is, like he was correct, citizenship. Like, you have to be a resident for 2 years. My 2 years came February 5th this year. So now I'm officially eligible to apply for Colombian citizenship. Right? So that's where I am. You got guys like T-Mac, that's where he is. But let's say I don't apply for citizenship. I stay a resident 10, 15 years. You don't have to reapply like a visa to be a resident. We never have to do that again. Once again, we never have to do that again. Our residency, our ID, our regular Colombian ID, That has to be applied for every 5 years. That's what we have to apply for every 5 years. Not our residency again, but the citizenship. The part about the citizenship is we get the passport, we get the right to vote, and we also get the right to run for office, and it can never be taken away from us. Where as a resident, we ain't got no plans on doing crimes or nothing, but as a resident, it can be taken away from you. But as a citizen, you are officially a citizen from now on. Your kids are citizens, blah, 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 blah. And now that's another passport that you can have. So yeah, just to make things clear, let's let them continue on.
Give you more options. So this is a different form of wealth, but it's an important form of wealth as well. And the last area is disaster prep. So, how are you going about, and this is the perfect audience for that, because we had, the Black Survivalism panel yesterday, and then we have some about how to grow your own food today. So, we think about all those different types of things as well. Gun ownership, Maj Toure was here as well. So we have all those different types of things in terms of, protection, and disaster prep that, we need to, even swimming, right? Just that type of stuff. How many Black people can't swim, so I know me, I know how to swim, but one of my biggest fears is, I have a 3-year-old daughter who's an internet sensation. Some of y'all probably have seen her pictures, floating around the internet. And then our son who's like 9 months old. I am afraid that if they were near a pool, I couldn't go in and save them. I could save myself swimming, but could I save my children if something, really were to happen, that drastic? And I don't know if I could. So that's why, this year, with this plan is, taking those steps to, learn how to shoot better and learn how to swim and those types of things, because, no one knows when, disaster, will come into place. All right. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is the third piece, which is sustain. So sustaining is, how do you go about making day-to-day life pleasurable and fulfilling? And this is an a normal triangle, which you've seen. And it's because there's the base level and it moves up, in order of priority, to live a, happier and more fulfilling life.
Now, what the brother is doing, he's laying down a foundation of the life that you want to have in other countries. When it comes to other countries, you want to focus on A, your health and wellness. B, working with Theo and other guys and yourself, building up any type of economic skills that you have, as well as your networking skills, as well as knowing a new language, as well as understanding the culture. All these are under the umbrella of skills. The environment. One country's environment may be different for you than another country's environment. One country, I love the beach life. I'll give you a perfect example. Most people that live in Florida, we don't go to the beach that much. You'd be surprised. Most people that live in Florida, we're surrounded by beaches that rank in the top 25 most beautiful beaches in the world. We don't hit the beach that much. The average Floridian might go to the beach maybe 4 times out of the year. But we are not at the beach that much. First of all, you tourists work our last nerve, so we don't want to be around y'all. So when we go to the beach, we either go to a beach that you guys don't know about, or we'll go to a beach on a day that you guys aren't there. But we aren't, like, you would think Florida people are always at the beach. We're not. Most beaches are filled with touristy people. That's what I mean about environment. Which environment gels best with you? And that's what he means about that. So let's continue on. So he's talking about your health and wellness. What countries work best with your health and wellness, your mental health, your physical health, your wellness, your physical wellness, your mental wellness, your spiritual wellness. What countries work best for that? Environment, and then more skills, and then your interests, your what I often say, your daily routines. What are some of the things, what countries or what city gels best with your daily routines? So let's let him continue talking.
In terms of making your day-to-day life pleasurable and fulfilling. But it all starts with our health, right? So I was thinking about my hospital stay again. Like, what if something was really long-term wrong with me, right? And I couldn't work. Yeah, what if someone was, what would have happened then? Of course, we would have some insurance to, help with, that type of situation, right? But what if I couldn't work? But not even just work. There are people out here, and so maybe some in this room, who are chronically ill and chronically sick, right? That affects, how do you live day to day? That affects, the quality of your life.
A 16-year-old was shot by a homeowner after ringing the wrong doorbell.
It never ends. It is this vicious cycle of gun violence and racism and fearing for our safety. For ringing the wrong doorbell, when does it end? There's a lot of people who will stay and fight, and I think it is incredibly brave. But there are also people who just want to know that they are safe and want their peace of mind. And I see stuff like this and I'm like, there's no way I want to stay here. I don't want to stay in the US. The amount of mental trauma that we hold as Black people here in the US is insane. We are reminded almost every single day that we are not safe, that our family members aren't safe, and that we are just moments away from being racially profiled and the potential of our life being taken away. This is why we're leaving.
Absolutely correct.
Oprah coming next. What established this as a place of truth? Yeah.
Oh yeah, this has been established as a place of truth. Hope this live stream has been helpful for some of you guys. I'm excited about us walking through some of the countries on the continent of Africa that offer dual citizenship to us, even though we may not have to go directly to that country to get our citizenship. It's cool that these are countries that you just need to keep it going, just need to visit one time in 3 years. That's cool with me. But the opportunities are out there. And that's what I want us as Americans to know, not just Black Americans, but all Americans to know. You've got options. If you don't want to take advantage of those, that's cool. America is a wonderful country to live in. I'm going to say this again. Anybody that wants to shame and lie and pretend that America is not a good country, yeah, that's not true. It's just, in my estimates, it's not the only good country. And that's where Americans fall short. We're not number one. Military? Yes. Money? Yes. What else? No. There is, after military and money, did you know that America does not rank in the top 5, top 7, or top 10 of anything else? We do not rank in the top 10 countries for healthcare. We don't rank in the top 10 countries for fair cost of living. We don't rank in the top 10 countries for women's rights, LGBTQ rights. We don't rank in the top 10 countries for internet. We do not rank in the top 10 countries when it comes to an individual longevity. We don't rank in the top 10 countries for foods or water. We don't rank in the top 10 countries for our political stances. We do not rank in the top 10 countries, even when it comes to childcare, daycare, and the health of our children. A man and a woman just over the last couple of months have been arrested in the United States because their child died from overeating. The child was 7 years old and died at 200 pounds. 200-pound child at 7. Other than our GDP, our money, our petrodollar, if you will, and our military. You can look up everything I just mentioned. We do not rank in the top 10 of anything. Anything. So when I hear Americans say we're number one, military, yes. GDP, yes. Anything else that has to do with life, longevity of life, peaceful life, good life, no. You can be protected by the military and you can make money. But Americans don't even rank in the top 10 countries when it comes to peace of mind. We don't. And everything I said, you can look it up. The stats are there. I mean, literally, the stats are literally there. So the one thing that I've noticed with trolls have never come on this channel and said that Andre told a lie. Andre told a statistical. Now they'll come and use emotions, but I've never seen a troll come on here and say statistically, Andre, you were incorrect. America does rank in the top 3 or the top 7. There is very little to very. You know where we rank in the top? We were ranking, but I think we're going to eventually get back. You know, we were ranking in the top like 7 or 8. Tourists. America has always ranked high for tourism. So I'll give America the third one. We rank in the top 5 countries that are visited. You know, France is number 1. But we rank up there like in the top 5, top 7 countries that are visited. I don't know what the stats are when it comes to after ICE, but right now we rank, and not because of the World Cup, but we always ranked high with tourism. So I'll give us that. Money, military, tourism. Other than that, we don't rank in the top 10 of anything. So if you want to stay in the States, you want to stay in a country that doesn't even rank in the top 10 of the most developed countries in the world, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't shame you. But this channel is not dedicated for those that stay. Our job is to help those that are looking to leave within the next 5 months or 5 years or next 15 years. Because I know you got responsibilities back home. But it is not my place to convince you to stay, just like it's not my place to convince you to leave. It is my place and Andrea's place to let you guys know that you have options. Let me read the comments. Let me go back to the comments for you guys before we head out. My brother says this. He say, I live next to the beach in Florida Panhandle. He said, I rarely go. Yeah, Floridians, I'm telling a lot of Florida secrets tonight. Floridians do not go to the beach like y'all guys think we do. That's crazy. If I lived by the beach, you wouldn't go either. You wouldn't go either. If you lived in Florida, you wouldn't go to the beach either. If you live in LA, you wouldn't go to the beach like that either. If you lived in Galveston, Texas, or Myrtle Beach here in the Carolinas, you wouldn't be going to the beach like that either. When you live around the beach, you kind of, you love it, but you ain't tripping on it like that. Casual Jim says that. He said, that's how it was when I lived in Hawaii. Just talking to my brother Rob, we went out to lunch with, and he was talking about his life as a cowboy as a cattle ranch wrestling bulls in Hawaii. He was telling us about he had some good stories to tell, man. We were having lunch and just laughing. Yes, sir. He said, we got comfortable as Americans. Absolutely correct. Crypto said this. Shout out to Crypto Dragon Emperor in the building. He said, magnificent show. Magnificent. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, that country pride. Our country pride keeps us from acknowledging and seeing the truth. We're a great country, but we're not the only great country. Well, how come everybody comes here? Okay. For all you guys that think that America is the only country that has to deal with immigration, do we really need to do an episode on immigration issues around the world? I think that right now we're mature enough to just Google countries with immigration issues. America is not the only country that have people overflowing into their region. Not the only ones. Colombia has dealt with it from Venezuela. Mexico has dealt with it from everybody. America has dealt with it from everybody. Spain and France and UK. You want to talk about immigrants? America, stop it. Everybody wants to come here. No, everybody doesn't. Because if everybody wants to come there, then Spain wouldn't be having the same immigration problems as America. Portugal would not be having the same immigration problems as America. Colombia would not be having the same immigration issues as America. Not Italy, but France would not have the same immigration issues as America. Stop it, America. Just stop it. Stop selling it as if everybody's trying to go there. During the Biden administration, over 12.5 million people came into the United States. That's a lot of illegal immigrants. 12.5 on a planet of almost 9 billion. I want to say that again. 12.5 million is a lot, but it is not a drop in the bucket. It is not a spit. It is not a corner of this glass of 9 billion people. Everybody wants to come to America. America, you ain't hit a billion yourself. We have not hit a billion people. If anybody wants to, come on, let's use the number. If anybody wants to use bragging rights and say, everybody want to come to our country, and you want to just use numbers, you can easily say India. That's not true, but they over a billion people, right? China could say, hey, everybody want to come to China. We know it's not true, but since they got a billion people, they could brag about it, right? America, you just cracking 400 million people out of 9 billion. We are a drop in the bucket. There are billions on billions upon billions of people that do not want to come to America. Get it through our skulls. There are billions, there are millions that want to come, but there are billions that don't want to come. That's the truth of the matter. Millions do want to come. Billions ain't gonna even get off their couch and they live right next door. You got more people that go through Mexico to get to America than Mexicans that come from Mexico to America. You got more Canadians that could come to America easily, and they don't. But no, America, you said everybody wants to come. How come it ain't just an influx of just millions of Canadians? Millions of Mexicans. They are right there. If anybody could do it, it would be them. That's how we sell the narrative. Everybody wants to come. That is a statistical farce. It is not true. Millions do want to come. Billions don't. So stop, when this camera goes off, stop selling that lie to your fellow Americans and stop listening to your fellow Americans tell you that lie. Everybody wants to come to America. Really? Everyone? Wow. Everyone. Crypto Dragon said, he said, I remember when you lived in the States. He said, remember when you were living in the States, you are struggling and you are out. When you are out of the States, you thrive. He said, I've learned from you and T-Mac for sure. Yes, sir, man. You find yourself just not giving up, not quitting. Your good days are good days. You have some bad days. Some days you got it all. Some days you ain't got it all. Some days you're healthy. Some days you aren't healthy. Life is just going to keep lifing. YouTubing is a habit in the building. He say, when you know better, you are able to do better. But like you said, we have to get over the fear of failure. If I could get guys to realize or just do a self-analysis for about 10 minutes, just quiet time with a pen and paper and just write down your list of what you think the worst that could happen other than your health. If you left America today, or in 5 years, or in 15 years, if you left America today, or 5 years, or 15 years, write down the worst thing that could happen other than health. The worst thing that can happen in any country, America or away, is our health. So health doesn't count because we already know health is the worst thing that can happen to any of us. Other than health, what's the worst thing that can happen to you? Mine was, I ran out of money. And remember, at that time period, online jobs weren't available and all that stuff. So I didn't know about all this stuff that I know today. But when I first left, mine was one. I was ready for a whole list. I took my pen, I pulled out one. I run out of money, and then I had to go back to the United States and make some more money and leave. And then, okay, what next? And there was never a next. Well, wait a minute, Dre. So you're saying that the only worst thing that can happen is I run out of money. Okay. And I have to go back to the States. Okay. Make more money. Okay. And leave again. Okay. That's the worst? Wait a minute. Making money is the worst thing that can happen to you, Andre? Yeah. Making money. Andre, if you don't get your ass out this country, that was the catalyst for me. That's what made me feel comfortable and no fear. The worst that could happen, like I say, at that time, I didn't know about online jobs. I didn't know about online opportunities. I didn't know about other ventures and things like that. All I knew was, okay, I got me a small little online job. I got about a good 40,000 saved in my bank account. Okay, good. Okay, what do you do? What are you going to do, Dre? I already had my apartment in Colombia. It was already fully furnished, all this. But what's the worst thing that can happen to you, Dre? And my worst was I made money. I came up with a game plan and I started from scratch and how I made money. Bada bing, bada boom. The worst thing other than health, or the health of loved ones, or the health of loved ones. And I was like, you know what? I'm good now. And I had no more fears. I don't know what you might have a list of 10 things, but my worst was only one. I only made it to one thing. Mine wasn't like, if I go to another country and they racist, no. I go to another country and I don't learn the language. No, that wasn't the worst thing. Racism is not the worst thing, Dre. We're talking about worse things. Not knowing the language yet, Dre. That is not the worst thing that could happen. We're talking about worse things, Andre. And the worst thing for me was I just completely ran out of money and I had no other way to get money, make money. That was it. And then I said, okay, at that time period, once again, at that time period, I said, I'll go back to the States, blow off my resume, make money, bada bing, bada boom, stack that money and get the hell out the States again. Okay, cool. That's the worst. And please. I'll say if that's the worst that could happen, I'm good. Crypto said, he said, that's because America is a corporation and not a place to thrive. Yes, make your money in America, but don't think you're going to thrive. He said, America is in the top 10 for GDP. Absolutely correct. But the rest of the world is better to live. This is so true. This is why you see so many immigrants do come to America, do make their money, do raise their kids and grandkids there. And when they get old, what do? They move back to their motherland, whether it be Mexico, whether it be Dude, I have seen more of Andrea's relatives that either lived in another country, made their money there for 20, 30 years, bought 2, 3, 4 pieces of property back here, and plan on retiring back here. No matter how many years they lived in America, thank you, America, for the money. Thank you for letting me be able to buy properties. Thank you for looking out for me. Now I'm going home. And so many people I know that do that. They retire, they want to die in their homeland, even though they may have kids and grandkids in the United States. That's very common. Very, very common. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Shout out to all you guys that supported by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys. Let's get ready for the outro. We going to Cape Verde tonight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You say it's special, one of a kind, one of the better boys. I'm on your level. That's what you say, but all I hear is noise. I don't have time for trying my luck. I've been too hurt before. You're not that special. Just give it up. I think I've had enough. I'm too busy loving my friends. I ain't got no love to spare for you. I'ma be that girl to the end. It don't really matter what you do. Guess I have to tell you again. Cause you haven't got the news. Oh, you really need to understand that I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, I don't wanna be your girlfriend. All I wanna spend with my girlfriend's girlfriend. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend. I know you want me, boy, I can tell. So deep under my spell. Sorry, not sorry that I'm no help. Cause I'm full of myself. Boy, don't you worry. You'll find someone who wants you back. But that is not me. So give it up. Haven't you had enough? I'm too busy loving my friends. I ain't got no love to spare for you. I'ma be that girl to the end. It don't really matter what you do. Guess I have to tell you again. Cause you haven't got the news. Oh, you really need to understand that I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, I don't wanna be your girlfriend. All I wanna spend with my girlfriend's girlfriend. So I don't wanna be your girlfriend. No, 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 no. Girlfriend. No, no, no. yeah. And I never wanna be your